Go to.
Islam. Peace and love, everybody. I am R. Bey, all rights reserved. It is February 10th. You already know it's February 10th, 2023. Gregorian calendar, of course, 9:16 a.m. There's another impromptu improv. And today, we actually going to take you all the way back to the foundation, right? Of I guess what you would call contemporary supreme law of the land, right? What you guys know as the supreme law of the land. We're going to take you back before that, right? Because Article 6 does deal with, those contracts entered into before the adoption of the Constitution, right? Such as treaties and, the Confederacy stuff. So we're going to talk about Guyana Shigoa today. Let's see. What else we get into? We're going to go into the Quran for sure, because we're going to tie, our dominion based on, the prophet's literature that he divinely prepared for us, which is, again, your first Bill of Rights exercise. So, yeah, man, it's going to be a lot of revelations today, I would say.
Unvelations.
Unvelations, right. Unvelations. We have a lot of people actually chilling in the green room as well. So that's pretty dope. All right.
Islam.
See.
Yeah, because what we did today, and by the way, peace and greetings, Islam. I am Brother Hasan Ghaziel Bey here in Morocco, northwest of Mexico. We're so excited about this one, man, because we had a bit of an impromptu, study like yesterday, right? Last night, right? And shout out to the mothers that showed up. My beloved mother, Mistress Consort, of whom I'm well pleased. Mother Sa Mary, who's legally attractive on lawful living. Mother Maya, Maya B on lawful living is what that account says for her. And we were able to go in. All the bros showed up, man, really knocked it out. And so, and we got to give our shout outs to Tecumseh 2.0, that account that's there for lawful living, Just Joe. Because I'm going to say that that's kind of where it started to flower. I mean, a sprout. It sprouted there. The seed's been planted. It sprouted there on Tuesday's class in Jurisprudence Gym. And Joe was like, yo, you guys were correct about Guyana Shigoa, the great law of peace or whatever. And so it's just like, that's where last night's conversation started. And I think we were on Zoom for about 4.5 hours last night, going over what we're about to do right now.
Yeah, it was 4.5 hours for sure.
Yeah.
Probably more, because what time we got off Friends-in-Law, it was like
about 5-ish Central, 6 Eastern, which would be 3.
About so 4 Pacific, right? Yeah, we got off at 9:13 Pacific.
You know what I mean? So, wow. So yeah, it was about a good 4.5 hours.
That's like 5, almost 5 hours.
Yeah, definitely. It was amazing, actually. Very, very, very amazing. However, bro, to add to your wisdom on that, right? Let me get a copy here. I just think it's going to be great for us to go in on this. You know what I mean? Let me share this out to Facebook too, man. That's what I'm doing. I don't know if you guys can see because it's a little bright outside, but I'm posted to Facebook right now, so it's projected behind me. I already know I'm gonna tag all my bros. All right, so Brother R, Brother Sean, I know Brother Chi is with us. I'm gonna tag him also. Make sure I tag Brother Corey. Right, we gotta get Brother Jag a Facebook. Tagging Chi, right? All right, so let's just go in and shout out to those that are joining us in the green room. You guys are awesome. Also, kicking it in the background. I know it's only me and Brother R who is spotlighted right now. However, like I said, we made this so that people can join us via Zoom. You guys can ask questions or make your comments here with us. Just know that, already know when you speak, your thumbnail is going to be queued. So whether you have your camera on or not, whatever thumbnail picture you have there is going to be queued. As well as those of you that are in YouTube that are going to be in the comments and doing your thing there. We look forward to you sharing there. I guess also what I can do and just say, happy Holy Venus degree to you all, right? This is Holy Day, right? Friday is our holy day. This is the day that man formed in the flesh, and it's the day also that man parted out of flesh. And it's resembling this green portion here, this pentalpha, which is dealing with the 500 right? Which is the 8 years. Let's just go there. And every time you get a point here, as far as this star, right, this pent alpha, it's 583 days of inferior conjunction with the sun, Venus, and Earth. And so these 5 points are made with that beautiful dance that Venus makes in reference to sun and Earth. All righty, and you get this 5-pointed star. It's green because copper is the alchemical metal ruled by Venus. And you already know, you guys see old buildings and it's got that patina green at the top of them. What you're actually witnessing is copper oxidizing, or another term for oxidization or slow combustion is called rusting. So when copper rusts, it gives you that patina green. So that's actually a star that's not actual as much as it is a geometric that occurs based on observing the 5 different points pertaining to the inferior conjunctions that happen in reference with the sun, Venus, and Earth. Why is there red? Because you're also dealing with Mars, which is the 2 planets, Venus and Mars, which is Earth is between. So you're dealing with, in some cases, you can look at the red being that which is mother's womb. Even though some would say Mars is very masculine, I'm just going to give some other degrees to this. And then the star would be the child. So to a certain extent, it could be that crescent, right? Sometimes you see a crescent with a star in it. You really look at that. If you actually draw on the other side of the crescent, a woman's body, you will actually see the baby attached to the endometrium, which lines mother's uterus, while she is being the grand architect that she is. Right. So this is just another way of looking at this here. All right. So I'm going to make sure I also send this out to our loved ones as far as this is concerned. Bro, so you said, Brother Ara, we're going I'm going to start with Guyana Shigoa, right? Because there's a list of things, right, that we normally go in on. We've given that list so many times prior also, right? I think this would just be great for us to really go in on, right? Let me make sure I say happy holy degree to everyone also. So going there from Guyana Shigoa, guys, we're going to get into Guyana Shigoa, chapter 45 and 47 in the Quran. We're going to really get into lesson book 14 by Brother Hasan Bey. We're going to get into Zodiac Constitution. We're going to even bring up the Ku Klux Klan's book, also termed the Quranic, right? The White Book, right? We want to get into that also. What'd you say?
The White Book.
The White Book, right? That's what they call it, the Quranic, right? So we're going to go into the Quranic and the Quranic to show connections, right? And to show you that you wouldn't even have a Ku Klux Klan if it wasn't for Guyana Shigoa, and which is really based on Zodiac Constitution, because as it is above, so it is below. All right. So that's how we're really giving you that. And the as above, so below is dealing with the second Hermetic principle after the first Hermetic principle, which is mentalism. The second Hermetic principle is correspondence, which would be represented not by the pent alpha, which is behind me here, but the hex alpha, which is the 6-pointed star, falsely termed at times or colloquially termed the Shield of Solomon or the Star of David, which actually just deals with correspondence, right? And is actually dealing with Saturn to a certain extent also, right? Because the hex alpha is the points that if you connect the lines of the points of the hex alpha, you will have the hexagon, which deals with the planet Saturn as far as looking at the eye of the storm on Saturn, some people would say, or really one of the poles, if I'm not mistaken, pertaining to Saturn. It's hexagonal in observation. So with that being said, I'm just sending that out to the beloved mother, Sayara. Shout out to Mother Rashida Bey. Let's see who else I'm going to send this to. The beloved Mother Oracle also. Shout out to you, beloved Mother Oracle. Make sure that goes to you. Let's see. Brother Elijah, who's usually near Brother Hannibal Bey. Shout out to you, brothers. Shout out to Brother Jaron, of course, and Brother David. Right? Make sure you guys get that. Brother Arrow, I know it's close. Send it to Mother Ross Mariah Bey too. Just texting you guys now and giving you a shout out at the same time. So that being said, anything else I'm forgetting here, Brother R? I am completely open because I know I mentioned a few books we're going to go in on, man.
The only thing I was going to add is when you were talking about our standard, right? The flag.
Yes.
Mars being the inspiration for the name Madates, Tuesday. And Venus being Vietnamese, right? Being the Moorish Latin name for Friday. So so the flag is really also representative of those two days, actually. Holy Day and Tuesday, right? Because the red is the bloodshed and Mars rules over war. So I just wanted to add that. So.
Yeah, Islam, man. Islam. You know what I mean? So you know, because I know most people won't
I did
qualify.
Also,
go ahead, what'd you say?
I did also think about the Statue of Liberty too when you were talking about the copper and the green, right? The what is it, like erosion?
Yeah, the patina green. Yeah.
Yeah. That's what happens to the statue.
Yeah, exactly. Completely correct, bro. Absolutely correct, right? So that's actually amazing and awesome.
Yeah, it's not a big deal, man. My questions were just pretty much like process, but I'm reading the Civil Rules of Procedure now and getting very familiar with it.
Islam. Okay, cool, man. So that's pretty cool too. It's funny too, as you're reading that, Alexander, what I can also say too, look for those connections to what we're
I'm going after them.
Say that again. What'd you say, Alexander?
I think he doesn't know he's unmuted. He might be talking to someone else.
Oh, okay. So I'll mute Alexander. That's fine. I'll mute him. Boom. Because he might be on the phone. Because I remember he did say he was going to be studying the Federal Rules of Civil Procedure.
Yeah, I thought he was talking to.
Yeah, well, it's all good. No worries. Hakuna Matata, right? So I guess I'll just do. I know it's a few people on Instagram that would probably like to be able to get their hands on this also. So let me just make sure I send that to them also, man. So shout out to all of you guys that have been very, very amazing, helpful. Seeing that we are just sharing with you honestly and freely. And shout out to you that have been donating and sending your contributions. Those of you that want to have civics corrections concepts with Brother Aura and I, you guys already know you make your donations. It really assists, assist us in further doing what we can do for you guys. So we appreciate all of you that have scheduled not just Mirror AstroLiteracy sessions, but actually scheduled concept correction sessions when pertaining to civics. We already know, however, our foundation is being Moorish American and sharing there first. Alrighty, so that people will really know that this, being Moorish American is not being a secured party creditor. Being Moorish American is not being a sovereign citizen. Being Moorish American is not discharging debt. When you really know the history, then you actually recognize that there are a lot of beings out here trying to charge you for your own estate, which they had to get permission to access in the first place. So if I give you permission to access my pantry so you can make apple pies, and you want to use the apples that's in my backyard, you're not going to tell me it's $4.99 a slice once you make an apple pie. I should kick you in your fucking face, or chop your head off, or hang you with your favorite color noose. Either way, it's treason. Just to be clear. So with that being said, that's what we're going to go in on this degree, right? And we want you guys to superly enjoy yourself. You will not be disappointed one bit, right? So I just got that going out. Let's just go and get started on our invocation in, and I'll share out some more a little later. But I know a few people they could share out too and come on in. And let's just see if there are any of you already in YouTube. If not, it's all good. Let's see real quick. It says 8 watching so far. It's not bad, right? So Brother Derek Blash Bay, peace and greetings to you, beloved, and Antonio Bay, Islam to you, brothers. So let's get started. We're going to do the invocation in, right? And we're just going to take it from there. All right. So I think we did enough pre-gaming and dialoguing, so to speak, prior. And like I said, shout out again to all that are with us. If you guys don't mind, if you guys can see, Dr. Alexander Dix is with us, right? Also, thank you, my beloved mother, in whom I'm well pleased. I appreciate you. We have Brother Cheat Bay with us also. Mother Linnea from Jurisprudence Gym. Shout out to everybody at the Jurisprudence Gym also. Like I said, shout out to Joe to come to 2.0 for sparking that off Tuesday, which is let us all the way here, right? Talking about Tuesday and Friday, right? It got started in the red and now we're here at green, right? Getting it knocked out, so to speak. So let's get it, right? Peace of greetings, Enchanted Nerd and R. Brooks. Oh, that's Ease the Wizard. I'm pretty sure R. Brooks is Ease the Wizard. What's up, Ease? Peace of greetings to you, bro. It's funny, Ease, I'll send you, I think I can send Ease the link or whatever for Zoom also, right? Let me send Ease that, because Ease probably would want, if you want to, Ease, you can come in. If you don't, man, you just want to chill right there, it's all good. I ain't knocking it. But I'll send you the Zoom link too if you wanted to come in, bro, and ask questions also. Of course, as you know, we're live via YouTube. So if you don't want to be live via YouTube, I get it. If you don't, come on in. Let me find Ease's number right there, bro. And I'll send that after what I just sent for the link. Ease the Wizard. There you go, bro. Right. So with that being said, guys, let's go in on this, right? It's funny. Should I put the map behind me, bro? Remember we was going in on the map. It was so cool. All right. So anyway, all right, got that going. Let me go and screen share here, guys, as you can see. And thank you for your patience in advance with building this thing while we're flying it, right? We're just building this thing while we're flying. Is that you, Ease, on the iPhone XR there? Because it just says iPhone XR. I don't know, Buffy, you want to be in here with me? Yeah, that's cool. Maybe that's Ease. Maybe that's it. Maybe it isn't. All right, so let me go right here. Right, and we're bringing up this document here. You see, we already have everything queued that we're going to go in on. I'm going to do our Moorish American prayer. We do the invocation, and you guys can actually repeat after us aloud. Repeat after Brother R. However, we're going to stand on the 45, just like how you see Prophet Noble Ali's feet there. He's standing on the 45 while he's standing handsomely in his Moorish Sharif Fez and his Abba standing due guard there, right? And so what we're going to do here, we're going to recite this after Brother R. You can either recite it aloud or in your heart. All righty. I'm going to stand on the 45, extend all 5 appendages on the left hand and just the index and middle on the right, facing east, which is symbolic, metaphysically speaking, so going within. East is within. And I yield the floor to our beloved brother in whom we are well pleased, Brother R. Bey. Islam.
Islam.
Allah
the universe.
Allah the Father of the universe.
Father of love.
Father of love.
Truth.
Peace.
Freedom. Justice.
And justice.
Allah is my protector.
Allah is my protector.
My guide.
My guide.
And my salvation.
And my salvation.
By night.
And by day.
His holy prophet.
Noble
Drew Ali.
Noble Drew Ali.
Amen.
I mean, let's get this. Let's get it. All right, guys, I'm going to read the first letter to be read in every meeting, and then Brother Aura can read the second letter to be read in every meeting, unless you want to do it. If you want to read the second letter to be read in every meeting, it's up to you. If not, Brother Aura will do the second letter. Here's the first letter, though, however, the following. All right, and again, what are we reading from right here? That where you saw the Moorish American prayer, you guys can see that was still the Moorish Holy Temple of Science Administrative Functions, right? Page 48, which is to the left of our authority that was filed near Cook County for our Religious Corporation Affidavit of Organization, form number 1099. And that's where Moorish Holy Temple of Science adopted as its corporate name, Moorish Science Temple of America. That's what our authority should really say. If it says anything other than Moorish Holy Temple of Science once, Moorish Holy Temple of Science twice, Moorish Holy Temple of Science thrice. It's supposed to be 4 times. Let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yep, it's 4 times that it says Moorish Holy Temple of Science, and then that's who adopted as its corporate name. Moorish Temple of America to protect those of you that are going to be taking nationality and birthright seriously. Because this is not some club, this is not some religion to actually allow yourself to be, allow yourself to think you're converting to. That is what is not happening at all. That is not happening. Is that Ease? Let me see. Oh, that is you, Ease. Okay, on the iPhone, that's all. Okay, cool. That is you, bro. All right, so with that being said, guys, we're here at Administrative Function pages 84 and 85. The following is a letter written by Prophet Noble Drew Ali on the 18th day of January, 1928, Anno Domini. That's what your capital A period, capital D period is, Anno Domini. He commanded that it be read before every meeting, all righty? Moorish Temple of America, Home Office, 3603 Indiana Avenue. Noble Drew Ali, founder, Chicago, Illinois, January 18th, 1929. To be proclaimed in every meeting. Dear brother, Islam, I'm glad to know that I have few faithful Moors among you all, and I desire for them to know the truth and the divine truth. There is a host of jealousy, quote unquote, about me and the movement now by the same people of our side of the nation that claim it was only a joke and unreal. But now, since they have found out from the government officials, and the nations of the earth that this is the only sole foundation that all Asiatics must depend upon for their earthly salvation as American citizens, right? That should bring a mindset about the Continental Congress that existed, before the United States Congress, which is a body politic and corporate that was able to derive its permission from those that were, Congress pertaining to the continent. So you're not a United States citizen unless you're a business. And we're going to go more in that when we get to the 59th Congress second session, called the expatriation papers, as we call it colloquially. All right, American citizen. They are working every scheme that they can to disqualify me, so they themselves may take charge of the situation. I have notified all these things to you long ago in the past. It is through the faithful Moors that contribute to the movement and uplifting funds. The ones that paid their divine respect to me and the movement will be remembered. That is why I'm calling upon all faithful Moors to increase their faithfulness to me, your prophet, and your divine Moorish movement. I need finance and I need it bad. Never before have I needed finance as badly as I do at present, that I may shove aside the discord that is facing the mothers, right? Because all nations, which is a fiction technically, all nations come from some woman's womb, all right? It all comes through jealousy because of my, quote, fame and nobility, end quote. The nations of the world will not recognize the movement without me, the prophet, being the head. It has been proven by my work, in which I have performed in the last few months, because I was at the governor's inauguration, which is Lewis Lincoln Emerson, made manifest December 23rd, 1863, near Albion, Illinois. Don't believe anything I tell you, go and research it. That's the governor whose inauguration Prophet Noble Drew Ali was at, to represent the Moorish Divine and National Movement. And I will be at the inauguration of President Hoover on March 4th at noon, because the inauguration used to all presidential inaugurations prior to this Janus Befrontis worship was during March 4th at noon, not January 20th. I don't care what anyone says. Do your research. Don't believe anything I say. I dare you. Challenge what I'm saying. Please. It
still actually goes down in March, right? They just do that that pony show in January.
Correct.
Because the electoral college still has the say-so in the end. That takes place at a different time than when the people, or the persons, go vote in their corporation or whatever.
Correct. Inauguration of President Hoover for the same cause. So the same cause was him representing the Moorish Divine and National Movement, Noble Drew Ali. So yeah, normally the presidential inaugurations prior to this January stuff always happen when the sun is at 13 degrees Pisces. Period. All right. And that's usually around March 4th. Right. So with that being said, now we're getting to the second letter to be read in every meeting. This is the Moorish literature from the excerpts pertaining to the Moorish Guide newspaper. And again, Prophet Noble Drew Ali standing handsomely on page 12. These particular books that we're reading from, you can get them from rbbaypublications.com from the products and detail tab. just 4 from the bottom as far as the hyperlinks that are on the left when you go to rvbaypublications.com. All righty. And on the right here on page 13 is divine warning by the prophet, not the divine warning. This is just the second letter to be read in every meeting, which is a divine warning by the prophet, Noble Drew Ali. And I yield, I don't know. Is Chi reading or are you reading, Brother R?
I don't mind, bro, unless he wants to.
My apologies, brothers. I actually got y'all in my head and I'm moving furniture around.
Okay,
Oh,
do your thing, Islam.
Okay, do your thing. We yield. We yield to Brother R.
Thank you, Islam.
Divine warning by the prophet, Noble Drew Ali. Prophet warns all Muslim governors ordered to read proclamation at each meeting. I hereby inform all members that they must end all radical agitating speeches while at work, in their homes, or on the streets. We are for peace and not destruction. Stop flashing your cards at Europeans. Causes confusion. Remember, your card is for your salvation. Failure to obey these orders will be of severe consequence. We are love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice. And when these principles are violated, justice must then take its course. Any member or group of members hold malicious feelings toward the temple or the prophet, or violate the divine covenant of the Moorish movement, receive their reward from Allah for their unjust deeds. All true Moors will and must obey the law as laid down to them by their prophet. If they lose confidence in their prophet, they should turn in their card and button, cease wearing their turban and fez, and return to the state where I, the prophet, found you. This is a holy and divine movement founded by the prophet Noble Drew Ali. And if the prophet is not right, the temple is not right. The prophet therefore is sending out the divine plea to all Moorish Americans that they do their part in protecting their prophet and the temple. It is an everlasting movement by the prophet through the will of Allah to redeem his people from their sinful ways by order of Prophet Noble Drew Ali.
Islam. Shout out to Martin Elliott in the chat. Also, they say Islam. And Kasun or Kason L. They say that also. What'd you say, G?
I was just saying Islam.
Yeah, Islam. So thank you guys for joining us and interacting in the chat. Remember, share it out with your loved ones because we're about to go into History+Law equals Jurisprudence. This is part of Mission Preemption. All righty. So, Brother Ara, we're starting with Guyana Shigoa, correct?
Indeed.
Is that where I'm starting?
Yep. Then we could go to
Guyana Shigoa.
Then we could go to the Dominion.
All right. Let's see what happens when I type great. Okay, so Guyana Shigoa, right? Great Law of the Peace. This is when back in 2014, when it was introduced to me, right, by someone else who just saw what path I was on in my studies. It was like, yo, you need to read the Iroquois Constitution. However, when you actually do your due diligence and research and get the book from rvbaypublications.com, right, products and details, right, as you can see, let me see if I can find Guyana Shigoa here. Boom, Great Law of the Peace. The French called the Haudenosaunee Iroquois. The Haudenosaunee didn't call themselves Iroquois. They called themselves Haudenosaunee. So this is a book, as you can see, it's only 5 units in lieu of lawful money, right? I mean, the books on RV Bay publication, they look like little pamphlets. I guarantee you, one of them will have you like, damn, am I still on page 5? Because you're doing so much research just off the first few pages to see like, man, let me see if this is true. And then you're going to find yourself getting higher degrees than those that join lodges and spend thousands of notes per month that just get dripped the information to them. So you guys are definitely getting super high Masonic degrees when listening to whatever Brother Taj is taught, whatever C. Freeman L is taught, whatever we're sharing with you via 7HealStar and many other active Moors that are sincere, not just, talking for no reason. The Iroquois Constitution, which is really called Guyana Shigoa, the Great Binding Law, the Great Law of Peace. And if I zoom in just a little bit, you guys can see that on the cover of that book, right? It says right there, the Great Binding Law, Guyana Shigoa, the Iroquois Confederacy, also known as the League of Peace and Power, the 5 Nations, the Six Nations, or the people of the Longhouse. And I'll explain that because we already know the Five Nations is Cosmo. Cosmo is the acronym for Cayuga, Onondaga, Seneca, Mohawk, and Oneida. People of the Longhouse is actually what Haudenosaunee is. Haudenosaunee translates to the people of the Longhouse. And we'll go into that a little more because there was always a long house in the middle of all the quote unquote teepees, as people would see them as, that surround the Longhouse, which is likened unto the temple or the Congress building where, you know, people would meet to discuss what needs to happen pertaining to the nations. Mother Sahara, peaceful greetings to you also, beloved mother. Happy holy degree. All right. So the Iroquois Confederacy, also known as the League of Peace and Power, the Five Nations, the Six Nations, or the people of the Longhouse, are descendant remnants of the First Nations / Native Americans, quote unquote, consisting of five nations: the Mohawk, the Oneida, the Onondaga, the Cayuga, and the Seneca. A sixth tribe, the Tuscarora, joined after the original five nations were formed. Although frequently referred to as the Iroquois, the nations refer to themselves collectively as Haudenosaunee. And Haudenosaunee does translate to people of the Longhouse. And if you want to know where the people of the Longhouse would still be now, because you can't lie without telling some of the truth, there's a corporate jurisdiction, a city. It translates to people, it translates to the big house, which would be the same as the Longhouse. Not the big house as far as jail or some shit. However, the Longhouse, where the warriors are because they had to defend the coast. This particular city in Irish terms is known as Ballynatigmore, which now contemporarily is known as Baltimore, near the Maryland State Republic. Believe nothing I say. Go and do your research and you'll realize that Baltimore is where, near that area, near that corporation, is where you're getting your Powhatans, who they was called Powhatan by foreigners, but Weyunsinnakuk is actually his appellation, and his daughter Mataoka, who in history has been called Pocahontas and in the Bible been called Rebecca. Again, take what I'm saying here, make sure you're taking notes. You can always go back and look at the playback and pause and fast forward and rewind or scrub the video how you need to effectively to try to prove everything we're presenting to be untrue. And in trying to prove it to be untrue, you're going to find that you're about to teach your loved ones that which they need to know. All righty? Because you're not going to be successful in proving it true. It's not going to happen.
You mean
all righty?
Wrong.
At all. And we're confident in that, and we stand on that firmly. So again, you can go to rbaypublications.com and get that book from there. As you can see, it's a list right here in gray of products and details. So you can click on the Civics Concept Introduction Series, the Civic History and Ancient Concepts, which is where this particular book is, right? Active Civics, Zodiac Science Series, Cosmology, Astrology, right? This is where you can get your start, right? That's why we say like RB Publications and Moorish Heritage and History School is our elementary school, right? However, you guys do see that we participate at Lawful Living. Shout out to Mother Malika and Sunny and all our loved ones there, right? Keith, Bobby, Am Woman, Mother Lene, like I said, is kicking in with us. And Dr. Alexander Dix, he's kicking it with us also, right? We met them via the Jurisprudence Gym, Tecumseh 2.0, Just Joe, McRail, right? Who else, man? Tabitha, Maya, Champ. I mean, if I'm not, listing you guys, it's all good. It's all love because we do great work every Tuesday and Thursday with Malika proctoring every Bible study for Friends in Law every Tuesday and Thursday. So again, shout out to Malika, Sunny, and all of our loved ones at the Jurisprudence Gym and Lawful Living. 5, Moorish Divine and National Movement study tools, lesson books, talking books, right? As you guys can see, audio lectures on CD. Your identification cards and reprints are there. And number 9, congressional records, astrology recorded classes, right? Because she's presenting what she's doing there now as far as that's concerned. If it's pertaining to astrology, join live weekly classes. She has that also, civic recorded classes and proclamation sealing. Mother Ross Mariah is presenting there. And guys, we don't get compensated in any way, shape, or form for sharing this with you. Mother Ross Mariah is not hitting my Cash App or any other means for me to receive energy. This is just our footprints that we went through to be who we are today. November of this year will make 9 years since I'm taking nationality and birthright seriously. And that's why I know this website very well, because there were no Moorish American consulates to confuse me and distract me. There were no iselflawandmaster.coms to confuse me and annoy me. There was no Sharon Tracy Gale Bay. There was no consular generals talking about their consul general of Morocco. None of that bullshit. And I'm saying that respectfully. None of that bullshit was present to distract I and my brothers. I know Brother R was saying at the time he came in and declared and proclaimed his nationality right before all the bullshit kicked off, right? There was no fall of the Moriscos either that called themselves Rise of the Moors. I call them fall of Moriscos. Because what you guys are going to see today when we present, Brother Hasan's not a fucking hater. We share this information lovingly and truthfully, which is the first two principles, love and truth. Peace, freedom, and justice come inherently, alrighty, after those. So with that being said, you guys, make sure you got your pen and paper. You know, if you think I'm talking about your favorite Moorish hero, I don't give a fuck. You can invite them too, all right? And they can sit along and see what it is also, right? So, you know, you got your favorite secured party creditor Moor, your favorite debt discharging Moor, your favorite consul in Miami Moor. Go right ahead and invite them. I don't give a fuck. Respectfully, because what needs to happen is the truth needs to be told unapologetically. And then I'm sure by the time we're done, you'll be like, damn, yo really isn't an arrogant asshole. They really do love us. And you're welcome in advance. All righty. Any questions, comments, and or suggestions for me? Going once. Questions, comments, and or suggestions going twice. Mother Janelle Blash L, peace and greetings to you, beloved Mother Islam. Happy holy degree. Right. All right. Well, let's get it started. Let's get it started in here. Right. So we're not even gonna really go into Guyana Shigoa as much as what we're doing here is we're laying down the means for you guys to go and research what we're saying. All righty. So we'll go into some of this. All right. So you see the longhouse right there, right?
That's the longhouse right there. First thing
right?
is.
Now, I don't know about these particular beings with the long hair and the bearded face and things of that nature as far as the mixing, because this is a mexum where we've already been doing hyper cross sexualization, right? So all that, these people like this people, let me just go and tell you before we even show it, the Moorish nation is everyone on the fucking planet. Get over yourselves. That includes the pale skins, because they're our sons and daughters. Alrighty, so even though
is that an eagle or a hawk?
Nine times out of 10, they're going to probably say it's an eagle. But I will say, being from near the Baltimore Corporation and knowing it's on the East Coast, we have more falcons and buzzards than you actually see eagles. I've seen owls, barn owls, more than I've actually seen bald eagles near the Baltimore Corporation, Maryland State Republic, or anywhere really on the East Coast. I've seen red-tailed hawks, which are falcons to a certain extent. I've seen what they call wild turkeys, but they're just buzzards. So I think that's probably one or two. And looking at the wingspan, that looks more like a buzzard, honestly. To be very honest, that looks like a buzzard to me, because I admit I was inspired to study ornithology in 4th grade, which is the study of birds, ornithology. And I'm telling you, I can kind of tell by the wingspan, even from afar, what kind of bird that is. That doesn't look very eagle-ish to me, but it may be. It may be an eagle. You know what I'm saying? Because it can be. That's probably what they did put there. But if I zoom in on that looks it almost looks like a goose or a duck. But anyway, we won't go there. But the way
damn near looks like a fish. It looks like a fish. I said it damn near looks like a fish.
Fish with wings, right?
Yeah.
Anywho, I know the way that wingspan looks like, it's very buzzard looking. Wow.
I was gonna say because it says great binding law, and I was just thinking like, they really try to say that, that the original Americans was uncivilized. But how are they uncivilized when your laws are basically made in the image of their laws? So
correct.
If you were so civilized, how come you didn't come with the law that they adopted? How come you came and adopted their laws?
That is absolutely correct. Brother Corey had shared these 3 yesterday. So if you guys open up Guyana Shigoa, right? And I'm going to show what Brother Corey had actually shared, right? And he's kicking it with us all also too. The Exalted Cyclops is in the background, also in the green room with Brother Chi, Mother Lynette, and Dr. Alexander Dix. So Haudenosaunee and the American Revolution, presentation to the United States, July 18, 1995, by Carol Jacobs, Cayuga B.A.R clan mother. So boom, clan mother, right? 9 times out of 10, though, I don't think, these European names are really what we ever were. It's always L or Bay, and you'll see when we go into things. Mr. Ambassador, Chief Shenandoah, distinguished guests, chiefs, clan mothers panel. It is my duty to help bring to and in the Haudenosaunee presentation. Chief Harvey Longboat and the Cayuga B.A.R clan will be doing the actual closing. You have heard how we began our meeting today, bringing our minds together in thanks for every part of the natural world. You have heard how we are grateful that each part of the world continues to fulfill the responsibilities that have been set for it by our Creator. It is how we begin every meeting and how we end every meeting and how we will end this day. Most of our ceremonies are about giving thanks at the right time and in the right way. They are what was given to us, what makes us who we are. They enable me to speak to you about life itself. We draw no line between what is political and what is spiritual. So separation of church and state is bullshit.
Right, so when they say that, what is that? Is that a way for you to accept their politics and then think that you have your own spirituality and think that you're actually represented in the legislature when you're actually not, and it's actually against your religion to even partake in their General Assembly?
Islam. Our leaders are also our spiritual leaders. So in other words, if you guys aren't getting spirituality out of so-called said governments, then that's not an actual government. That is a corporation occupying your mind, body, and resources. Maintaining our ceremonies is an important part of the work of the chiefs and clan mothers. Chiefs and clan mothers. Chiefs and clan mothers. This is right. There is nothing more important. You all right, Dave? This is right.
Islam.
Islam, bro.
And I had the Brother R's wisdom real quick.
Go right ahead, Exalted Cyclops.
Brother R, can you repeat what you just said? It kind of jogged my memory.
Okay, so we draw no lines between what is political and what is spiritual. So what it seems like is that they're trying to make you think that it's a separate concept, because if you knew that it went together, like he was saying that if you're not getting the spirituality out of the leaders, then they're just a corporate occupying, whatever they want to call themselves. However, they told us it was separated so that one wouldn't know and think that they're a part of the General Assembly. You see what I'm saying?
Yes.
The General Assembly is the church. The Assembly is the church. That means that technically they are tying it to the Pope. It's all tied back to the Pope. However, that's not our religion. We don't get down like the way they get down. In fact, they're out of pocket. So they had to make us believe that it was separate so that one would accept the politics.
Yes. And what I wanted to
think that they have their own spirituality on the side. In actuality, them forcing you to get down with their politics is them forcing you to get down their, so-called spirituality. Right?
Yes, it is a step. See, okay, so what you're saying is they teach the masses that there's a separation, but behind closed doors, they wear a fez and they know the truth and they know the science and they know the history. Now, by keeping the people's minds severed, by keeping that cognitive dissonance, by way of teaching and training the masses that there's a separation between church and state, right? That there is, by keeping that disassociation as far as the conversation that we had yesterday, where people think that they live in a mailbox location versus living in their body. It opens you up for possession because they know the science. They always know the science because they got
like
it
an
from
empty
us.
house. It's like an empty house that a bank is holding. And they don't have no one occupying it. It opens it up to be possessed, and that's why when you get into it, then they immediately try to move somebody in. So
and people don't recognize how heavy the science is and how much they've disassociated their minds from not only the truth and the divine truth, but even their bodies, which allows themselves to be manipulated in the way they are now on a mass scale. I yield.
to the point where they're rejecting and dishonoring their foremothers and forefathers instead of actually embracing that.
Oh, that's the other one, the cognitive dissonance, right? What you just said, separation of church and state, thinking they live outside of their body. And then what do they do in elementary school? You pledge your allegiance to a flag, which is not even a fucking flag. It's a amity. It's a banner of commerce. Sorry.
Mhm.
You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
So
that's why what did was it Obama or was it Biden? Somebody was saying, one of the presidents or former presidents of the United States said that we're the only, I think it was Biden. He said we're the only nation that doesn't have like a specific nationality or something like that. You remember that part?
I do.
And I was like, yo, actually, I think I got a clip of it. I'm gonna make a video about it later so I can share that. But
He's an idiot.
yeah, I yield. But I was gonna say
But telling the truth at the same time, because
the United States is not the country.
correct. You can only be naturalized into a corporation. And we already know we're going to go over that too with what we're reading, what we're presenting. You can only be naturalized into a corporation. However, because when we get into the expatriation papers, what you have when it comes to a nation, you have the protection under the empire. That's what you actually have there. You have protection under the empire when you're dealing with nationalization. But with naturalization, you're dealing with being turned into one who is now seeking protection under the corporation. And that is no belief, that is no conjecture, or that is straight up what the fuck is happening.
So you think there's a separation from church and state. You think you live someplace outside of your own body and temple, and then you pledge your allegiance to a banner of amity and commerce. Those three already, they got you. You're a chattel property.
Which means you're pledging to be in foreign and interstate commerce subject to the regulation by Congress.
You're pledging to be a United States citizen, which is a business. Yes.
Correct.
I yield.
Correct.
I just had to add that quick. I'm going back to clean up CMOS
Islam. This is right. This is right. Right? This is right. There is nothing more important than preserving life, recording life. And that is what the ceremonies do. We are told that when the land was being created, our creator was challenged to a bet, even though that's against our religion, by his brother. The subject of their game was, would there be life? And in one throw, supported by all the living forces of the natural world, our creator won this bet, right? Even though, again, gambling is against our binding ourselves back to our ancient foremothers and forefathers mindset. We don't gamble. We won it all for us. He won it all for us.
That's funny you said that.
All of us.
It's funny you brought up that gambling thing because remember the court administrator trying to say, well, you take a gamble. Like, whoa, are you telling me to violate my own religious freedoms? Like, that's crazy. Got that on the record.
Yeah, fuck him.
Straight up.
We commemorate this year, we commemorate this each year in part of our midwinter ceremonies. This is funny. That's kind of where we are right now. We're in midwinter. Think about it. We're in the middle. We're almost in the middle of fucking February. It is Aquarius. We're here in the middle of Aquarius right now. Like, don't ever think that this is not in harmony. Like, boy, if I said, trying to tell you, we those ancient foremothers and forefathers returned. We just in different bodies right now. Anyway, this is not just a quaint legend. It is a reminder. It is a reminder. It is a reminder that as scientists now agree.
Jesus Christ.
Jesus, Bruce Lee Christ. Life
Scientists?
Yeah. Life on Earth.
More
is
scientists?
Yeah.
More science temples?
Yeah. Life on Earth is the result of chance. Okay. As well as of intent. Life on Earth is a fragile matter. That magnificent gamble could have gone the other way. Life could just as easily not have been at all. That is a reason for constantly giving thanks. We know very well how close life still is to not being. The reminders are all around us. In other words, people trying to kill people, people trying to railroad people into their corporate jurisdictions when they have no oath of office, contract oath of office, or a certified autograph statement that says they consent to being governed that way. Just to bring up a little bit, this is when you open up the Guyana Shigoa, the book that we showed you guys, right? So now when you get to the Great Law of the Peace, just a little bit, let's read. Number one, I am Dekanawida. Dekanawida is the peacemaker. All righty, so Dekanawida is presenting Guyana Shigoa, which is the Great Law of Peace, into the Haudenosaunee, which have been called by the French Iroquois, right? Or some people say Iroquois. Only the French call them that. So the Haudenosaunee didn't call themselves Iroquois. They call themselves Haudenosaunee.
That's the same thing you learn. That's the same thing you learn when you study Taínos. You see that the colonizers called them Taínos, but they called themselves Locono.
Locono. All right, Islam. I am Dekanawida, and with the 5 nations Confederate lords, I plant the tree of great peace. I planted in your territory, Adodoro, and the Onondaga Nation, in the territory of you who are fire keepers. So you guys go to look at, Avatar: The Last Airbender. A lot of your information and knowledge is characterized in that cartoon also. I named the tree of great long leaves. Under the shade of the tree of the great peace, we spread the soft white feathery down of the globe thistle as seats for you. Adodoro and your cousin wards. We place you upon those seats, spread soft with the feathery down of the globe thistle. There beneath the shade of the spreading branches of the tree of peace. There shall you sit and watch the council fire of the Confederacy and the 5 nations, and all the affairs of the 5 nations shall be transacted at this place before you, Adodoro and your cousin lords, by the Confederate lords of the 5 nations. Why are we reading this? Because you wouldn't have an Articles of Association, a Declaration of Independence, Articles of Confederation, a Treaty of Peace and Friendship, or a North American Republic Constitution North American Republic Constitution for the United States for America, ratified 1791, if it wasn't for the great binding law Guyana Shigoa. All those documents get their foundation or their basis from here, what we're reading. So you guys want to read this yourselves, right? Again, you can go to RB Bay Publications and get that in tandem with this, which is freely where it is. Now, what I can do is make sure that let's go and, let me hit copy, right? Or let me actually, message myself here, right? I can message my phone, right? So that it's over there, right? Let me message my phone. Boom, there I go. And that way I'll get that text and then I'll post it in the chat with you guys here at YouTube, right? So let me actually do that. Let me grab that for you guys. It's taking quite a little time to process. There it goes. Yes. All righty. So
why wasn't this taught about in any of the so-called public schools?
Well, it's not beneficial because, you know, you already know in the public schools, they need to have people that are going to grow up to be slaves in terms of thinking that they're federal agents with a contract, oath of office, and a certified autograph statement say that they consent to being a federal, state, or municipal agent when the whole time they aren't. And then when they get reprimanded for the position that they're taking based on their conduct, right? Then, you know, like, oh, that's not fair and all this other stuff. Well, again, you're being treated that way based on assumption. All right. That's what the fuck is actually happening to you. Right. And again, this is the basis of it. I remember when I first read this, man, I read through the whole thing also when I was, you know, back in 2014. I read through this whole thing. Right. So it's like, okay, looky, Astro Cookie. And like I said, you know, Tecumseh 2.0, just Joe said in Tuesday's jurisprudence gem for lawful living on Tuesday, he was like, yeah, man, like, yo, you guys are right. It is the basis of all of that. Cool, great. You know what I'm saying? I'm glad, you know, there are people out there really challenging, you know, us in the sense of they're going to research it for themselves. You know what I mean? Because I think it's so much sweeter when you go, man, fuck that shit. I'm not saying that's what Joe was doing either. So let me not put that message out there. Joe he never voiced a disagreement. I'm just saying what I'm suggesting is if anybody out there, any of ye that are out there are like, man, what the fuck, man, let me see this shit for myself. And you go and read it, you're going to realize that what's operating on this land is an oppressive, mercenary, unum sanctum operation that should get either scimitar or a noose to the necks of those that are processing and operating in such things. So if it's a police, or which is a policy enforcer, or a sheriff who can only get, you know, remember, and shout out to Malika for clarifying this the other day, right? When I had asked, you know what I mean, I asked Malika, I was like, okay, so the Superior Court seems to be under the Supreme Court. She's like, yeah, the Superior Court is the Superior Court of the county. The Supreme Court of the state is the Supreme Court of the state. And then, of course, you know, I was already clear on that, and I'm pretty sure we already know on the federal level it's the Supreme Court. So the Superior Court on the county level is the one who can, you know, change the districting of the county board and where they operate. And the sheriff is supposed to be doing, the county sheriff is to do what needs to be done for the county board based on what the Superior Court has actually laid out for them. Districting means banking. So where are they doing their banking operations? They're only within the bounds of the exterior bounds of whatever building that they're operating in. So once they step outside that building, it's no longer the county of Boomfucksville.
Exactly.
All righty. And that's what a lot of people are under the hypnosis that, oh, well, I'm near Baltimore County, or I'm near Cook County, or I'm near Milwaukee County. You could be near it because it actually exists only inside of whatever building that it has been districted to operate in. Outside of that building, especially if you're not on the clock for the county, shouldn't no county sheriffs be trying to bust down your door with a fucking sledgehammer? And they have every right to get shot in their fucking head according to the Castle Doctrine.
And if they move out of that building, it is no longer considered within the state. Because
correct,
like I was saying before, it's not really Walmart. When you walk in Walmart, you're actually walking in a building. Obviously, it's created from the elements of the earth. It's not really Walmart. They just put Walmart on the outside of the building. And then, you know, if they shut down and close up and a Walgreens open up, you're not gonna say, oh, that's Walmart. You say that's Walgreens, which lets you know even the building is not technically the place that you're stating, because again, it only exists on paper.
Absolute Timon. So again, who can redistrict where the county operates? So county sheriffs can't come to your home talking about we're about to evict or enforce an eviction, especially if they didn't get delegated authority from the Housing and Urban Development Secretary, right? If you didn't get a delegation of authority to do that, you are now warring against the common people, the sentient beings that are not employees by way of being clocked in based on a contract, an oath of office, and a certified, an autographed certified statement that says that they agree to be governed that way. So you can sit there and talk about, oh, it's a standoff and we're trying to, get these people out of this house, and you can't, there's no law. It is against the law, actually, to make people homeless. And the only way you can remove people from a home is if it is overseen by HUD, the Housing and Urban Development Department, right?
Which then means that there has to be some type of destruction of property or drug use.
Correct. If there's no destruction of property or drug use based under a HUD agreement, right? Anybody trying to remove anyone from a home or an apartment deserves to be either hung, have scimitar chop their head off, or shot in the fucking head once they cross your threshold, according to the Castle Doctrine. I am not promoting violence. We are for peace and not destruction. All right. I want to be clear on that. However, the people need to know what is actually going on. There's too many motherfuckers out here that want to give you thousands of notes for paperwork that they don't even know how to fucking exercise themselves, so they don't have the history. They don't have the law. And that's what we're going to do today. It's going to seem like we're just talking randomly and, sidebarring. No, we're making sure you're getting full what this portion is here. Continue to read this on your own. I put it in the chat here in the live chat. Enchanted Nerd says they just updated the Foreign Affairs Manual with today's topic. 7 FAM 1200 Appendix A. The heading is called, quote, loss of nationality and the early years of the Republic, end quote, uses the expatriation 59th, I guess he's referring to the 59th Congress, second session as a source, 3+ times. Right. And they say, oh, wow. So this is why we're saying that on the county level, which is the municipal level or the city level also, that the Superior Court, right? Or you got to find out what's near you, right? What is the top court for the municipal level near you? Is it called Superior Court? Is it called, the Super Duper Court, whatever the fuck it's called? Find out what it is, because 9 times out of 10, when you also read the municipal code, you'll find out who has the right to district these beings. However, remember, they are under the state constitution, right? And library.municode.com, I think it is, or .org, usually has the administrative code of certain, levels. And the general ordinances, like when we looked up Milwaukee County last night, Milwaukee County general ordinances is the legislation. And the code of ordinances for Milwaukee County is the administration to that, which is the execution of what was written. So you guys got to find out what that is near you, right? Now, if your apartment or your home is not a part of the county business, the everyday banking, the everyday functions of public office, which is trade and business. Trade or business is is the functions of public office. Trade or business is performing functions of public office. If the county board isn't meeting at your apartment, or the county board isn't meeting at your house, and somebody's trying to use sheriffs to remove you or anybody else, know that they're warring against you in gang uniforms. I don't give a fuck if it's a shiny piece of metal on their chest. They got a Glock 40 on their hip. They got bulletproof vest. Why do you think they have on a bulletproof vest? Because they're telling you, you have the right to fucking shoot us. And we want to make sure we can protect as much from not getting fucking killed for warring against you without ever really having the real redistricting from the Superior Court. Let's go on the state level now. The state Supreme Court the state Supreme Court has jurisdiction over districting the General Assembly, the representatives, and the Senate. the senators and the representatives of the House, right? The House of Representatives and the senators. So if the House of Representatives and the senators coming together as the general church, but they call it General Assembly, right? If that General Assembly isn't taking place in your fucking living room, then you're not in the state. I don't care if you think you're in the state of Maryland. The state of Maryland is the Capitol building and any other buildings where trade or business, which is performing functions of public office, takes place. Outside of those buildings, there's no more state of Maryland. I don't give a fuck who you are and what you think. That's what is happening. Period. If you don't comprehend that, then you must do your due diligence, believe nothing what we're fucking saying here, and try to prove it wrong. When you prove it right, teach your loved ones. That doesn't mean go out here and recognize that, oh shit, the police only supposed to be policing the police. The state troopers only supposed to be state troopering the state troopers.
It's already an act of war when someone calls the police on you.
Period.
But they're not even supposed to be coming out like that.
Period.
Unless they're being commanded to go defend state property or state something that the state has an interest in.
Period. At all. Mother Malika's joining us too. Peace and greeting to you, beloved mother. All is well.
Hello, brothers. Yes, all is well.
Indeed. So what we're going in on, we're doing the history and the law. So we starting out with Dekanawida, the peacemaker who's bringing forth Guyana Shigoa, the great binding law, the great law of the peace, where you guys get your ADATN, Articles of Association, Declaration of Independence, Articles of Confederation, Treaty of Peace and Friendship, North American Republic Constitution for the United States for America, right? So as I said, Malika had cleared it up for me yesterday when I asked, and I was like, let me make sure I comprehend the superior courts in terms of the Supreme Court of the state. So the Superior Court, again, are the only ones who can fucking redistrict the county. So when we was looking at Mother Maya's videos of, it's a bunch of fucking sheriffs near Milwaukee County trying to knock down her door for an eviction, right? Well, we was like, oh, okay. Oh, we fucking get it now. Did the Superior Court go, hey, we're redistricting where the county board operates. So therefore, since the county board operates where Mother Maya and her loved ones lay her head, now the county sheriffs have the right to do an eviction from there. No, that didn't fucking happen. There's no trade or business being performed by those that work for Milwaukee County. So at the end of the day, if they were to cross that threshold and got shot in their fucking head, hey, look what happened. Why is it so many for just a couple of beings and a dog? You see how they have to try to make you guys feel like you're really doing wrong? Really? 2 beings and a dog? You got the whole sheriff's department out that bitch?
SWAT and some more shit.
Me? What'd you say, bro?
I said it looked like they had SWAT and some more shit out there.
For real. Had a rescue truck, all that shit, whatever the fuck was going on. You see what I'm saying? Cool, fine. We're going to use that, even though we weren't there to witness it firsthand ourselves. However, seeing pictures and videos, that's cool also. Hearsay, pictures and videos. That's hearsay technically. However, let me tell you what's not hearsay. What's not hearsay is knowing how they are ordained. Ordained means how are they set in order? The Superior Court of the county is the only ones who can redistrict the operations pertaining to the county. So were those sheriffs out of their fucking jurisdiction? The answer is
yes. Yes, absolutely.
Have you guys showed people where it says in the statutes that the county and their officers can only have interest in county property?
Which statute would you like us to choose? Because we know every fucking statute says it.
Right. I was just curious if anybody had pulled it up or if you guys encourage anybody.
Oh, we will. Well, look, since you mentioned it, guys, be encouraged to look at whatever state you're near and find a statute pertaining to counties.
Counties. Check all of them. Counties, cities, whoever come to try to take something from you. Check, see how they're organized for sure and what property have control. Like for me, near Las Vegas, the city council can only control city property. That's exactly what it says. It doesn't say only, but it says the city council can control city property. And so, you know, I'm just trying to figure out how my
Oh wow,
body,
they pull up counties even when you
time,
put counties.
my
So
property,
that's good to know.
how is any of that
Mhm.
property of the city? It's not.
Well, I don't think people realize that they
2 seconds, I'll be right back. Go ahead.
that they can only deal with property that is of the county, because people don't usually go and read those sections and ask themselves, if you only have authority, if these are the agents of the county, the assessor, the auditor, the clerk, the coroner, the public defender, prosecuting attorney, the county sheriff, county treasurer, county commissioners. See right there?
Right.
County property.
Are you screen sharing?
Yeah.
Oh no, we can't see because his screen share is still up. So you have to wait
Okay.
till he relieves it. Yeah.
All right. I'll wait till Hasan turns his screen share off.
I'm gonna go ahead and just
Or
read.
I think he said there was a way to toggle in between. Y'all let
Oh
me
yeah,
know.
he
when
did
y'all-
say that. He did say that. You're right. I don't know how, but if you figure it out, go for it.
Okay, it's showing now, it looks like.
Is it?
All right. So what I did is I misspelled counties on accident, but it still pulled up counties, just so you guys can see. Counties
Can't
is
see. We still can't see what you're sharing.
you still
Anyone
cannot
else?
see.
Hassan,
Okay.
do you see what you're sharing or what she's sharing?
Right now, it's still Iroquois, the
Yeah.
Iroquois Nations thing, right? However, I will, but remember, we're going to go from that, and we're going to go right into how. All right, Buffy, you gonna stay in here with me, right? All right, and then we're going to go right into what we went into last night. All right, so you guys can see it. So give me 1 second. I'm about to do it. Shout out to Mother El Barber. She's in the chat. I see it, Mother. I'm about to see if we can get it showing now. So I'm stopping my screen share. Boom. We're looking at Malika's computer now. I yield.
Okay, thank you. So you just put in whatever
Cunties.
you just put in whatever the abbreviation is for the local code of the state. So in New York, it's going to be revised. What do they call it? I don't even remember. New York, I don't even remember New York's own. Compiled. They'll call it compiled laws. Or
Gotcha.
if it's
Code or something.
yeah, whatever it's called. The Nevada, it's called what? The
Fire statutes.
NRS. In
Yes.
Nevada, in Nebraska, it's the NEB Rev Stat. Here in Washington is the revised codes of Washington. So you just put in whatever the abbreviation is for your state code.
New York is consolidated laws.
That's what it's called. Consolidated.
Yes, consolidated laws. What did I call it?
Compiled. Compiled is
Compiled.
Illinois.
Compiled.
Illinois
Well,
state
some of
law.
them will be compiled, some of them will be consolidated, some of them will be codes, some of them will actually say statutes.
Or revised, yeah.
But what they will never say is that they are laws.
Correct.
They
I
will
was
never
just
be the
thinking that.
laws of Washington. They will never be the laws of, Oregon or whatever.
That's
So,
what they won't say.
right, because they can't, right? Because it's not. So when you come into this section, sometimes you will find it in a charter. Some counties have charters, but most counties do not have charters. They will say we're a statutory county, or we're statutorily created, which means that they're just a corporation. They're just a business. They're just signed up as contractors, and they were given privileges and duties to perform. So that's why you'll see they have a list of the county officers, but then they also have separately the county officers. So the assessor, the auditor, the clerk, the coroner, the public defender, the prosecuting attorney, the sheriff. This is one of my favorites to click on, because right here they tell you that the sheriff is the CEO of the county.
Wow.
See right here, the sheriff is the chief executive officer and conservator of the peace of the county.
For that particular jurisdiction, because I know, like I told you, at certain counties, they'll say that the president of the county board is the chief executive officer, and then they utilize the sheriff to carry out executive, activities on the behalf of the county board.
Executive. Say it again. Executive activities.
Executive.
So what are they doing? Trying to drag you into some judicial something?
Correct.
Is judicial.
Part of administration.
Right.
Correct.
When you're not part of the public administration.
That's called what we saw last night when we looked up the Mississippi Constitution, because we had a short Zoom yesterday, Malika. It was legally attractive, Samiri and Maya. And so we was looking at Milwaukee, Wisconsin, and we was looking at, Mississippi or whatever, right? Those corporations. Right?
Oh, y'all had gangsters on there yesterday.
You are hilarious. You're hilarious. Right? So
come on, you just listed like 3 gangsters right there.
I know, right? So what happened though when we looked at the Mississippi Republic, right? What we saw was not only were we looking at the powers of state or whatever, we were or even the county, if I'm not mistaken. What we saw also was the encroachment of powers. So that's what you just spoke on. When the executive branch is trying to do something judicial, then they're encroaching upon the powers of the judicial branch of that particular corporation.
Yes, absolutely. So one of the things to notice when you're exploring the chapters on your county, so you have to know what the county powers are, because anytime you're being harassed, it's the county that's doing it to you.
Correct.
And anytime they try to invite you to court and they send a deputy to come and give service, it's the county come after you. When they do foreclosures, is the county foreclosing on you. When they do evictions of any kind, whether it's after foreclosure or out of an apartment or a private, so-called private rental lease, it's the county evicting you. When you have to pay child support, it's the county billing you. And when it comes to paying to see your kids, as far as child custody is concerned, it's the county that you're paying.
At the pleasure of the governor.
When it's probation that they allegedly have you on, it's run through the county. So I'm saying that to let everybody know why it's so important for you to get familiar with this section. You absolutely have to know the powers of the county so that you know that it's literally just for their property, so that you can clickety clack when they come talking about they came to your house to do service. It's a crime.
At the pleasure of the governor.
Yes, and that the governor can only command the military in the state. The military of the United States when they are in the state. So when it says the several counties of this state shall have the capacity as body corporate, do you see that?
Mm-hmm.
Does that not say you're a business? You are a corporation. When it says body corporate, it does not say that it is a government. It doesn't say it's a government. It doesn't say they have a capacity as a government. It says they have a capacity as bodies corporate. Some of them will say corporate and political. They'll say they're body corporates, they're body politics. They're not saying that here. They're just body corporate. They're just a corporation. They can sue and be sued. They can purchase and hold lands and make contracts and purchase and hold personal property. Look at it. Only as may be necessary for their corporate or administrative powers.
Correct.
So if they're body corporate and they can purchase and hold land, but only for what's necessary for their corporate and administrative powers, what kind of buildings and properties are those?
I know it's not an apartment or your home where you lay your head practicing making more humans, more sentient beings to come out of some woman's womb. I'll tell you that. It's definitely not that place.
Because that might not be for their body corporate. Their corporate or administrative powers are not to be exercised in your private home.
Correct.
Right? And here it says it clearly. And to do all other necessary acts in relation to all the property of the county. and there's a period there. It doesn't say all the property in.
World.
It doesn't say all the property in the county.
Right.
It says all the property of the county.
Which would be pertaining to the county, which in other
Yeah.
words, if the county board meets at some building on
Right.
100 East Fuck Off Street, then that building at 100 East Fuck Off Street is where the county begins and where the county ends.
Right. And if the county has a courthouse, right, for that's necessary to their corporate administrative powers, then that would be one of the lands that they can hold. And if they have some other thing that's necessary to their corporate, that's whatever that thing is. So whatever you could imagine that might be a land or building necessary to their corporate administrative powers, that's what's here in their corporate powers. That's it. Of the county. It's very important. All the property of the county. It's very important everybody sees this with their own eyes.
Which
Then you
means
can
you're not
ask
county
yourself.
property, your home
Right.
isn't county property, your apartment isn't county property, your land conveyance that you get behind the wheel and travel to different
when
places,
they're
that's not a
stopping
part of the
you,
county.
when the county deputy sheriff is stopping you, pulling you over, which is an arrest, ask. You can write the sheriff today and ask
Correct.
them how they gained an interest in your private property, since their corporate powers are only limited to property of the county. Write a question and ask them.
Indeed.
Ask them before they stop you, so that when you get the response that there's no such record, you keep that with you. And when they stop you, you show them the letter. Look, I asked you guys how my conveyance, how my home, or where I live, or whatever you want to refer to it as, right, became, because even if you call your car a motor vehicle, right? Even if you call it a motor vehicle, this is saying it still has to be of the county.
Which it isn't.
Even if you call your offspring children, they still have to be of the county. So we don't have to get bent out of shape is all I'm saying about the terms that we use, because it's still saying that it has to be of the county for it to be under their corporate powers.
In terms of making sure you guys have a contract. So to add to that wisdom, let me go and screen share and show you guys how do we get to this? How do we get to, we're reading the county powers and things of that nature? Because there is a basis for all of this, right? So let's get to that base. All righty. So we already shared Guyana Shigoa, right? So we folded space and time, showed you where it began. Malika's just shared like where you can end this stuff. However, I think a lot of people need clarity on what's in between this folding pertaining to space and time that we just presented. So I'm going to take you through a few things, right? We're going to take you through the Quranic, the White Book, the Knights of the Ku Klux Klan. And we're going to show you a few things to show you how we're going to end up in certain areas, right? You would have no Ku Klux Klan stating, let's see if I can get what it says here, right? In the middle where it says, we avow the distinction, because I need you guys to know the Ku Klux Klan, they're our sons and daughters, and they're not really bad as much as they are mimicking us. They're really mimicking us. The Ku Klux Creed, we the order of the Knights of Ku Klux Klan reverentially acknowledge the majesty and supremacy of the divine being. Have you guys ever even heard that? No, you just usually see people, as like Forrest Gump said, dressed up like ghosts and burning crosses, right? And recognize the goodness and providence of the same. We recognize our relation to the government of the United States of America, relation to, which they're showing a distinction. They said relation to, they're not saying ours, right? You won't ever see the Ku Klux Klan in this particular book say ours, right? So
that's great.
So with that, indeed, okay, my baby just let me know that I think in Enchanted Nerds, and just ask your question, Enchanted. I can see, I got it on my phone right here. I can see every once in a while. I can see what's being said, right? So we recognize our relation to the government of the United States of America, the supremacy of its constitution, the union of states thereunder, and the constitutional laws thereof, and we shall be ever devoted to the sublime, right? The root in subliminal principles, sublime principles, sublime principles of a pure Americanism. I said, To me, what does that read? We're mimicking our mothers and fathers, which are the various copper-toned or olive shade people on the planet from which we derive. That's how I see it. And valiant in the defense of its ideals and institutions, of its, not once did they say ours. Just want to make sure you're clear on something. The Ku Klux Klan avow the distinction between the races of mankind as same has been decreed by the Creator, and Ku Klux Klan shall ever be true in the faithful maintenance of white supremacy and will strenuously oppose any compromise thereof in any and all things. So since it said white supremacy there, and I know a lot of people are like, what the hell are the brothers presenting? Let's go right to your Zodiac Constitution, which is really even where Guyana Shigoa is stemming from. So really it starts with Zodiac Constitution. You guys want to go and get a certified copy, and I'm going to show you all 3 certificates where you can get this from, right? You need to write or fax over to, as Brother Corey Bey has shared with us last night. He faxed to get these certified documents. What we're referring to at the Library of Congress is Charles Mosley Bey's Zodiac Constitution that has been shared, AA 222141, Library of Congress. This is it. This is all. I get it. Many people have different beliefs in all things. I'm showing you because I have a responsibility, being Moorish American, to show you the basis pertaining to this. Mute your mic. Let's go with you, Jamie. We're going to show you the basis to all of this, period. So there wouldn't even be a Ku Klux Klan or the myth pertaining to white supremacy if it wasn't for our ancient foremothers and forefathers bringing forth the Zodiac Constitution, which allowed the Guyana Shigoa to even be produced by the Haudenosaunee, presented by the Dekanawida. So you can go and check this. This is not some belief. 7HealStar doesn't deal with beliefs. We don't deal with secured party creditor. We don't deal with birth certificate authentication. We don't deal with discharging debt, because we know the history and the law, which equals jurisprudence. So AA 222141 is a codification of Title 22 United States Code, Chapter 2, subsections 141 through 143, which is not saying Moors are federal agents as much as it's saying that this is how you actually interact with Moors pertaining to their general and permanent character. So let's just show you some things immediately, right? This is another book you can get from R.B. Bey Publications. However, you can get the certified records pertaining to the 3 certificates. It's 2 more, along with AA 222141, and I'm going to show you where. However, I want you guys to actually read here, right? In Article 1, who would like to read Article 1? I'll read the 2nd paragraph. Who's going to read the 1st paragraph? Because there's some typos, and I'm going to make sure
I'll read it.
Graphical errors. Go ahead, bro. I yield.
All right, Article 1, the 12 signs of the Zodiac, the code of mathematics scaling from 0 to 9, and the science of geometry comprise the constitution of the living First Nation, North America, referred to as quote-unquote Negroes, ruled the world and the 7 seas by the 12 signs of the Zodiac and the science geometry for 1196 years, to the Amazon Dutch German Catholic priesthood fathers of the Revolution of 1789 and the Sisterhood Magna Charta, Emancipation Proclamation, Union Society of White Supremacy in 1863, North America.
The 12 jurymen of the 50 Union State Society, which you just saw where it was talking about the Union State Society in the Cloran, right? Which is the Ku Klux Klan White Book, all right? Just mention the Union State Society. The 12 jurymen of the 50 Union State Society and also the 9 judges of the Supreme Court were founded upon what? In my little John voice, what was the Union State Society and the 9 judges of the Supreme Court founded on? What?
Moorish Zodiac, or the Moorish Nation's 12 signs of the Zodiac Constitution and mathematics scaling from 0 to 9.
Period. Thus, without our Moorish Constitution, the Magna Carta, Emancipation Proclamation, Union Society of the myth of white supremacy definitely could not have been founded in. That's what it's supposed to say. Definitely could not have been founded in 1863. So all of this you're dealing with, federal law, state statutes, county and city ordinances. That's why if you really are really about this life and you recognize who you're speaking to, you're always speaking to some fucking Mason or Eastern Star, respectfully saying, who are actually the jury over the Moorish culture, which means they're keepers. So like when my bro was like, he was asked last night, wearing his fez, is he a Shriner? And I was like, man, my response every time would be, I'm the shrine. I'm the shrine. The Shriners are those that are keeping the light. We, the shrine, are the ones that bear the light. Period. That's it. That's all. So you wouldn't even have a municipal code, a statute, or a federal code or statute to read if it wasn't for your ancient foremothers and forefathers Moorish Zodiac Constitution. You can ignore it if you want. I'm about to show you who the Moorish Nation is. Check this out. Let's go exactly right to, and then I'm going to come back to that because I want to show you something else with dealing with these courts. Let's go to Clock of Destiny, Book 2. All righty. When I go to Book 2, I want you to actually see something. It's called Manassas. This is before the introduction, right? So Clock of Destiny, Book 1, Clock of Destiny, Book 2, and Zodiac Constitution. I'm going to allow you guys to screen share the 3 certificate numbers so you can call our fucking bluff. Right and facts. The Library of Congress and get these 3 certificates. And then you will actually see that if you don't know history and law, you're not really doing jurisprudence. Not really. Because there are beings who are jury over this Moorish culture. Even though we're the mothers and fathers, they have been put in place to make sure people aren't on some fuck shit with this. This is why Brother Hasan doesn't play, nor my brothers at 7HealStar. You won't see us organizing, having a console number in Miami somewhere. Not knocking you, bro. You know who you are. However, I'm not doing it. Neither are my brothers. Clock of Destiny, Your Master Key of Civilization by C.M. Bey. That's Charles Mosley Bey. Manassas. Manassas is the what?
Lost tribe of Israel.
This lost tribe comprised the who?
English people. And white people of the USA,
Quote
Australia.
unquote white people. It should be some quotes there. Go ahead, continue though.
Yeah, of course. They're not talking about the free white. But white people of the USA and Australia, French, and the so-called Jewish people, plus the quote-unquote Negro of the USA, including the Muslims and Muslim.
All this divided people are idolatry, God worshippers of mysticism and mythology. They oppose the Moabite and Moorish science of the 12 signs of the zodiac. As a result of their belief in mythology, isms, so the myth of white supremacy, Americanism is some bullshit too, isms, and idol God worship. The truth needs no apology. So fear ye not. If you're not ready for the truth, get the fuck off our YouTube. If you can't handle it, get out of the Zoom. But I'm not gonna be quiet because all of us need to recognize where the problem, the family feud is stemming from. Because you have people in uniforms, sheriffs, fucking judges, policy enforcers, these idiot fuck attorneys for the NCCUSL that are hoping that you do not know this, that are hoping that you cannot be able to make this connection. And I'm telling you, I'm about to go in. I'm not fucking around. So you can see that the Moorish nation is every fucking body, actually. Whether you recognize it or not, it's everyone. And I mean everyone. Because that's what everything is based on. All your Masonic lodges is based on this. Every last fucking one. So when we go back here and we clearly see this, right? We clearly see this, right? And you can go into the other articles, but let's actually go right here to Article 7 real quick. Because I know a lot of times people think they got to do birth certificate authentication. You're a Moorish American, you're an Eller Bay, and you're doing secure party creditor bullshit, debt discharge bullshit, birth certificate authentication bullshit. You didn't read your Article 7 of your Zodiac Constitution.
Of course it didn't.
Because what does it say right there in the first paragraph?
Chris, in the Christian Union courtroom, course, cannot be forced to remove their red fez or any other fez, right, from their heads, nor can they be forced to raise their hand and take an oath. The Christian Bible. Neither can Moors and Bays and L's employ white or quote unquote Negro lawyers to represent them. The reason for this is that white people and their quote unquote Negro slaves definitely cannot represent free Moorish Americans.
Cannot represent free Moorish Americans. So let me show you something that we came across. Shout out to Mother Malika.
And real quick to add to your wisdom before you go in. If it says cannot represent free Moorish Americans, then that means neither can we be represented in their legislature, which then again would mean that they can't tax us. And if they can't tax us, then they can't do nothing with us because everything they're doing is taxation.
Correct. So Malika sends me this the other day, February 8th, right? And she was like, check it. I'm like, all right, cool. But you saw my response. I'm like, man, I'm not surprised, sis. I'm researching and referencing. I can't find nothing yet. But eventually, Brother Corey was like, yo, look, check this out. All right, cool. You guys can see this, right? The African American trademark, which we're not. Because those are two different fucking continents, allegedly. Because really what you know is Africa today is really Al-Kibalan. And North Africa or Africa is really the Americas. But again, you guys don't have the Masonic background. You guys don't have that knowledge that you need, that I'm sharing freely. You ain't had to get fucked in your ass and give us 1,000 notes a month to get it either. So you're welcome. The African American trademark was assigned a serial number, 869799951, by the United States Patent and Trademark Office. Now, this is what I'm looking at. Of course, when we looked at this, I'm gonna come back to this one because this whole can't represent, no Negro, no quote unquote Negro or quote unquote white attorney or lawyer can represent a free Moorish American. Man, this is some fuck shit I'm looking at. God, most deaf. Oh, I'm glad it said it did that because I'm gonna come back and show y'all that y'all seen Bay shit. However, here we go. Select a search option, basic word mark search, new user. We're gonna click that first one there. And we're just gonna type in African American, right? This is what Malika sent me, right? I'm like, fuck it. I already know. Like, we're gonna research that shit. We don't fuck around. So I'm gonna hit go on that. So many things here, but I already know it's like number 142. So I'm gonna hit next list. Go down here. I know it's right. It's not right there. So I'm gonna hit next list because I'm looking for that number, right? 869799951, right? Boom, there it is. Is that it? Oh, hold on. It's 146, right? 869799951, African American. So I'm gonna click on that, right? If you guys never checked the trademark office, this is what we're doing. We're checking the trademark electronic search system. What'd you say, my beloved brother? I thought someone said something. All right, Islam. So you guys see this, right? So I get it. You guys like, oh, well, okay. So what do you, I'm not saying they're making us beef and canned vegetables and shit. I'm saying that this is obviously someone who came up with this logo to put on their product. But where is African America on the map? I'm having a very hard time finding that cartographic representation. I had a fucking map right here on the wall. I don't see African America.
But did you find the nation of Black?
I don't see where I don't see where Black.
You didn't find the blacks.
Like Brother Todd say, there's no Blackadonia, no Negro Dacia. It doesn't exist. You don't have a flag or a constitution, so stop lying to yourself because you don't know the fucking history. You see what I'm saying? So Malika asked a very pertinent question. Find me cartographically speaking, for those that don't know what a cartograph is, a map. Show me on the map. I dare you. Show me on the fucking map where there's a black nation. It doesn't fucking exist. It only exists in the imagination of idiots. Oh, you're offended? We're going to give you references here. However,
African American Inc.
You see what I'm saying? Like, what the fuck? What the fuck are we looking at? Registered to someone that's where? That's where? Near where? And look, every single trademark that we look at is going to be having an attorney of record. So you know what me and my bros did, just thinking, right? Because even my baby was the one that really helped me at the Brother Court showed me the link. My baby showed me, was like, oh shoot, I clicked on this one. And I was like, all right, cool, bet. You know what I mean? Teamwork make the dream work. So now I'm like, all right, boom, I'm gonna go through this X, Y, and Z, see how I go down, right? So then we got curious. Me and the bros got curious. Like, man, let's look up different, appellations. So instead of me going all the way in, at first I looked this up, which was so disappointing. God, this one was disappointing as fuck. Before I typed in any appellation, I just typed in Moor. Hit go. And lo and behold, 271 fucking records found. In the trademark office? Do you guys even know? That's why I brought it up in class yesterday, Malika. Because the trademark office is under Title 35 of the United States Code, which is under the purview of the Secretary of Commerce. It looks like, oh, I ain't gonna fill out no census. Why the fuck are you in the trademark office then?
Because I want to run a business. I want to run a business. I want to make my name. I want to register my, what? Get a DBA.
I need a doing business as name.
What was the name of
that?
What was the name of that African American business?
I just want to be successful.
It's nothing wrong with it if you know that you're doing it for that purpose.
I doubt it. Because look at this asshole.
If you know you're doing it for that purpose, it's fine. If you want to run a business, run a business. Ain't nobody stopping you from running a business. You just have to know that you're in combat, trading with the enemy. That's why you gotta get an attorney.
Indeed. And look at this lie. Record 35 out of 271 results. Black is not Moor. Black is Negro. Black is pale. So really, no, and you guys already know, I respect our pale skinned sons and daughters. Dr. Alexander Dix is with us in the Zoom. Black is pale. So actually, the real black man is Alexander.
They meant to say dark. They meant to say dark because more like moreno, like morena, right? That means dark. It doesn't actually mean black. It means dark when they say moreno, morena, right? It just means dark. It doesn't actually mean black. That's what
they say. But upon research, moreno is brown and moro.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. It's just dark. Like brown is dark. It doesn't mean,
Well, dark is actually without light. If you look at the etymology, but I understand what you're trying to say.
Yeah, but that sounds like black. But that's not necessarily it. It's like looking at two.
Sounds like black because people don't know that black denotes pale.
Correct. It sounds like it, but when you really be a stickler for etymology, you must be a stickler for etymology. And black, right. Literally,
they meant to say dark, not
black. Malika's being funny, y'all. Just y'all gotta know. Y'all don't know our sense of humor. Like that's why I'm like it is hilarious what she's saying, right? Black is an adjective, first of all. So it's a modifier. Look, what does it say here? I'm not making this shit up. Why are they saying black is pale? I know what it says prior. Go read all that shit before it. Absolutely dark, absorbing all light, the color of soot or coal. That's all fucking contemporary. Let's get to the root. Let's get to the fucking root. So technically, any pale skin is really the black man. Does anybody remember Dan Aykroyd and Eddie Murphy being in a movie called Trading Places? So the real black man is the pale skin. I know it's going to hurt some of you guys' feelings. Get the fuck over yourselves.
Like Spanish white is blanco. Sounds more like black.
Which again?
Like blanco.
Come on. Stop it. White and black refer to statuses. However, when you see bodies, cadavers, the cadaver of a copper tone being actually turns white, and the cadaver of a pale skin actually turns what you call now black. It really does. See why we're also looking at the land of the dead or the scrolls of the dead? It's not a game, man. We're not going to fucking play with you. Take this information and knowledge, go and research it. Don't have a fucking heart attack or nervous breakdown. Correct your position because it's up. It's up already. It's over. Because people are not going to be doing business here at the North Gate, cosmologically speaking, which is a Mexum, which is contemporarily called America. They're not going to do business via the United States Corporation. They're going to wait till there are competent Moors that are able to handle import and export. I'm not making shit up. That's what is going to fucking happen. Period. It's prophecy. And you guys can sit there and not believe it all you want. And when I sit back and it happens, I'm not gonna even say I told you so. I'm just do that look. All my bros know that look of my I told you so. It look like this. Don't make me laugh. It look like this. That's my I told you so look. You see what I'm saying? I'm just going to lean my head a little bit, make that let that tassel hang, and just look at you like I told you so. But I'm not gonna say I told you so. I'm just gonna do that look. All right. So anyway, back to what we were saying here, right? Let's go back to the US PTO. How are we bringing this all together? Hasan, how does this tie in to what you was just saying about Guyana Shigoa and the statutes? Because if we sit here and give you all these different points and you go back and you see the connection, you're like, fuck. Okay, let me correct my concepts, right? So whoever, Jesus, why, man? Why? Do you guys see a few things here? First of all, that. Then there are individual. So this is people selling themselves or buying themselves into indentured service, into slavery, right? Right? So now, of course, looking up different things pertaining to Moor and all that stuff, I was like, I'm shaking. Hey, Chi, you there, right, bro? Chi still in the chat? Look at this, Chi. Look what I'm about to show you, bro. Look at this. Look at this, bro. Look, do you see this? Because me and Chi are from both near the Baltimore Corporation. Check this shit out. Be more, do more. Yo, it's on the east side, bro. Look. This shit on the east side, bro.
Remember we seen the one that was right up the street from me?
Yes. Oh, Jesus, Mary and Joseph. Look at this. Look. What are we doing here?
We running business, bro.
Yo, Malika's fucking hilarious. Yo, like, what the fuck?
I mean, that is what we're doing. That's what what it's saying.
But think about it though, Malika. Think about it.
Owner.
When we came to your platform at
Owner
Lawful
and
Living,
applicant.
think about it. When we came to your platform at Lawful Living, we should do a survey. Think about how many people already had a bad fucking taste in their mouth about Moors because they came across your secured party creditor Moors, your discharge debt Moors, your birth certificate authenticating Moors, and then they come across some true
The birth certificate based.
Yo, stop, yo. That's fucking horrible. It really is. It really is. It's fucking horrible.
What's their service? What's their service?
You say, Chi?
What services they providing? Their business. What services they providing?
What it looks like, it says headwear, shirts, tops as clothing, and they're using it in what? Commerce.
It's used in commerce. They telling you. Put me in your jurisdiction. And this is why when people say to do this just for yourself when you have no intent. Well, maybe you do have intent, You know, maybe people do have intent to
Jesus
engage in
Christ.
interstate and foreign commerce on behalf of at the pleasure of the governor. Maybe that's what
Correct.
people actually do wish to do.
Correct. I just want to point out real quick, this last paragraph, this last sentence in the first paragraph, last sentence in the first paragraph.
The reason for this is that white people and their quote unquote Negro slaves definitely could not represent free Moorish Americans.
Okay. Yikes. Now let's go back here. What the
Attorney of record, Charles L. Riddle. Yeah, that's a riddle, right?
What is happening?
Where's Bobby at? Bobby would love this name.
I know, right? Bobby be like, well, it's a rid because you're getting rid of this, and then it's
exactly. Charles means, you know, something I don't even know.
You know what I'm saying? So this is public record. I'm not picking on people that I know. I'm randomly doing a search on the fucking Trademark electronic search system. So guess what the fuck I type next?
But look, what is the problem with doing business? What is the problem with doing commerce?
So I type in Bay, and as I scroll down, this shit catches my eye. I'm like, no, Mos Def, no. We've heard him rap about Columbus Ave. Why you can't be more? How are you Moorish American under the Moroccan Empire, under the Moorish Empire, which still exists? I'm about to show you another document.
He says he's an actor right there, an actor, performances. First use in commerce.
Come on, man. Come on, man. Really?
That's his business.
Really?
That's what it says. You see all caps right there. This is what you're supposed to have if you are using the all caps name in commerce, first use in commerce. Exactly. If that's what you're doing, whenever somebody looks at a court case and they see their name written like this, they should run to the patent office and see if there's something in there.
Right.
See if it's see how they recognize his regular name. Right there.
No, it shouldn't be the title, comma, the first portion of his appellation. Let me tell you what this is evidence of. This is evidence of denationalization.
He wants to be in commerce. It's only when he's acting, though. It's only when he's acting. It's only when he's at work.
Malika, you're fucking hilarious. Hold on. Look, let's go to the 59th Congress. 59th Congress, second session. House of Representatives, document number 326, right? This is what we're looking at, right? Right? Is there a difference between Magna Carta and the Magna Charta? It's the same thing. It's the same thing. You wouldn't even have that if it wasn't this, right? Right? What'd you say, bro?
Potato.
Basically, tomato, right? So, 59th Congress, second session, House of Representatives, document number 326. Citizenship of United States, expatriation and protection abroad, right? Letter from the Secretary of State. That means this is a foreign affair. Submitting report on the subject of citizenship, expatriation, and protection abroad. December 20th, 1906, right? Please pay attention to 1906. I want you to please hold that number in your mind. 1906. Referred to the Committee on Foreign Affairs and ordered to be printed. Let's go to the next page. We're going to read this.
Only when I'm at work, though. When I'm off, I'm back, bro.
I get what you're saying. No, and you're right. When people are at work, that's when they're under the Secretary of Commerce.
Correct.
I get that.
The Secretary of Commerce. And the Department of Labor.
And the Department of Agriculture, because that's human resource right?
Transportation, because that's commerce.
Exactly.
Absolutely. But you don't bring in agriculture until you go to the grocery store.
Okay, got you. So they got to cash the check, and then they do that Department of Agriculture stuff if they're going to make advances to the Federal Reserve Bank via the instrumentality called a cash register. Correct? Did I get that right?
Yep.
Right. All right. American legation. Where is this happening at? Here. I don't care if it says Tangier. Tangier is here. Oh, it's not? You guys got to make sure you get your hands on Executive Order 11490. It's another book that you can get. It's called The King Alfred Plan. from rvbaypublications.com, right? And take a look at the exotic map of the U.S.A. featuring towns that actually still exist. Because at one point in time, they weren't just little towns. These were actual designations that the people actually identified with. All right, Tangier is here. Look, Tripoli's right here. See Tripoli? Where's Morocco? There it is. Oh, Greece, right there, and Poland and Mexico and Atlantis. So a lot of stuff that you guys think, oh, well, this happened in history, are just Masonic knocks in the head. Because you don't know the history, you don't know the law. So let's go here, right? Who wants to read this? I'm telling you, let me scroll up a little bit because I used a little Moor's room. So take that first one. You already know. On this first part, right, from Sir to citizenship period, before we get to page 460, Jesus, Mary, and Joseph. We already know. We can go in on that right there, bro. So somebody start reading. I'll be right back.
Says, sir, there are, strictly speaking, no Moroccan laws relating to citizenship of Moorish subjects in Morocco. The fundamental laws of this non-Christian country are based entirely upon the Islamic code, no part of which treats of the subject of citizenship. They only had laws dealing with subjects, because you don't make a Moroccan national into a citizen of Morocco. They're already the nationals of the land. So they really were only dealing with subjects. You see, they're going to end up talking about who is ipso jure a Moorish subject. But I'm going to wait for Bros to come back because I know he wants to really illustrate that a certain way. Stop at that paragraph right there.
Come on. You want to stay out there? All right. I'm back. Where are we at? We still at the first paragraph?
Yeah, we just finished the first paragraph. So there's no, they're saying there are no Moroccan laws relating to citizenship of Moorish subjects in Morocco.
Period. Hold on. But I thought Morocco wasn't established until 1956. What fucking Morocco are they talking about in 1906? Which means there's always this is Morocco where you guys are. I don't give a, oh, it's not Morocco? Okay, hold on, time out. 1906, that's still too recent? Look, check this out. Let's go to 7HealStar YouTube channel, right? Let's go to 7HealStar YouTube channel. Yes, we're live now, cool, great. Let's actually go to our videos. I'm gonna go to our channel. Let's go to our videos, right? I'm gonna click videos. See that first one on the left? It says Morocco is the first to recognize the United States for America Service Corporation. I'm gonna click on it.
37 I told my team we need to start a strategic dialogue with Morocco.
We need to start a strategic dialogue with Morocco. Hold on, Hillary Clinton, who's the Secretary of State during the Obama administration.
No country has been a friend of the United States longer than Morocco.
Time out. No country has been a friend longer to the United States than who? What? In my little John voice, what? Morocco. Okay, cool. Let's see what the fuck she's talking about. Let me press play.
You were the first nation to recognize us back in 1777.
Time out. I thought there was no Morocco until 1956. What the fuck is she talking about 1777? Huh?
Look, just go back to Africa.
Huh? Morocco's here. You're hilarious. Morocco's here. That back to Africa shit is how do the Americans say bullshit? It's bullshit.
Look,
Trademark.
why the Mexicans not going back to Spain?
You see what I'm saying?
Because I think they were already there before the Spain came and visited.
But they're here at the pleasure of the Moroccan heirs that are now contemporarily known being Moorish Americans. So the real governors are the B's and L's that sincerely share information with you without trying to get in your purse or your pussy, without having you to, transact this for some secured party creditorship. Discharge debt this way. Authenticate the birth certificate. Those Moors are out of order. I don't give a fuck
when someone says, if you know how to create all these financial instruments, why do you still ask people for donations? Those people cannot answer. They can't give a good answer. If you already know how to write bills of exchange for this and that, why do you bother to ask people for anything? Because trust, if I knew how to get in the back door of the treasury or whatever, I shut down my whole website.
and let me add to your wisdom. I'm gonna say like Brother Todd said, don't invite me to some beach party and ask me to bring a bucket of sand and a bucket of water. I thought you had a fucking beach. Why am I bringing sand and water?
Right.
Period. I thought you knew how to discharge. Then do you have this, all this? Right. You're a fucking liar. You have on a fez or a turban or calling yourself B.A.R, which shows that you're those Moors that were against Prophet Noble Drew Ali 2,000 years ago.
Yo, after this video, can we do chapter 45 and 47 to show the origin of the Asiatic nations and the Dominion?
Correct, and then we'll come back to the expatriation paper for the 59th Congress second session. So let's just tap back 10 seconds.
Of the United States longer than Morocco. You were the first nation to recognize us back in 1777. But we're not satisfied with simply having a friendship that is long-standing. We want one that is dynamic, growing, looking toward the future. So let me highlight a few of the areas we should focus on today. On political reform.
And throughout history, Islam has demonstrated through words and deeds.
Now, this is Barack Obama's speech at Cairo, allegedly. Cairo, right? Egypt. Why is he going to State of the Union speech at near Egypt? Now, she talked about 1777, which is the year after the Declaration of Independence, that Morocco, the Sultan of Morocco, actually recognized the United States. So in other words, the United States was a little tiny company, like, please, sir, can we please be deputized authority from you to be here? That's exactly what the fuck that is.
Yeah, I was going to say
35 Moorish sons and 20 Albion sons. Would you say there, beloved?
I was going to say that our studies teach us that Egypt was the capital dominion of the empire. Whether you understand the truth that that was over here as well, or you recognize the contemporary so-called Egypt where he's at right now, it kind of makes sense why he would be there doing a State of the Address, because he's at the capital, supposed to be at the capital of the
Dominion. Correct.
Yeah, with the people of Egypt in contemporary times.
Correct. And that's why brother R was like, let's go to chapter 45 and chapter 47, because I know I shared recently House Resolution 0689 for the Illinois General Assembly. I think that was their 97th General Assembly. And then Rahm Emanuel had taken what was printed there in their 97th General Assembly pertaining to Moorish Americans and did a proclamation December 22nd, 2011, to declare that which is in chapter 47. So you guys can sit here and think being Moorish American is a joke. You can think it's about authenticating birth certificates. You can think it's about doing discharging debt or being a secured party creditor. You're fucking flawed in your thinking if that's what you think it is, because that's what it's not. Why is Barack Obama speaking on, she says 1776, he's going to speak on 19 years later. And we're going to go to the document in which he actually is quoting.
Sure. So let me highlight a few of the areas we should focus on today. On political reform.
And throughout history, Islam has demonstrated through words and deeds the possibilities of religious tolerance and racial equality.
Y'all ain't gonna clap, motherfuckers?
And that tolerance and racial equality, remember, brother Terrell Tamari Bey had brought up that that's spoken on in Prophet Noble Drew Ali's letter, Moorish Leaders' Historical Message to America, which is that 4-page letter in the end of the Moorish literature. I yield.
I also know that Islam has always been a part of America's story. The first nation to recognize my country was Morocco.
What? That sounds like him and Hillary are saying the same thing.
In signing the Treaty of Tripoli in 1796.
The Treaty of Tripoli, 1796. This is a circus, right? Treaty of Tripoli. He's about to quote this right here, Article 11. However, let me go back to the video first so you can hear it.
Our second president, John Adams, wrote, "The United States was Morocco." In signing the Treaty of Tripoli in 1796, our second president, John Adams, wrote, "The United States has in itself no character of enmity against the laws, religion, or tranquility of Muslims." And when the first Muslim American was recently elected to Congress, he took the oath to defend our Constitution using the same Holy Quran that one of our founding fathers, Thomas Jefferson, kept in his personal library.
Who kept the Quran in his personal library? Did it just say Thomas Jefferson? Y'all think it's a motherfucking game. I'm gonna replay
Minister Plenipotentiary.
Everyone should have a copy of the Quran and the Bible and the Kabbalah and all that stuff in their library, so you can have knowledge and you can see the common principles instead of thinking it's a verses.
Yeah.
Correct. We had to civilize those Albion sons so that they can be able to operate here. Period. So again, look at the back of that one note that you falsely call a dollar bill. Look at that Federal Reserve note. Look at the back. And it says the Great Seal of, where you see the kunta, right? You see a kunta, right? But this kunta here that I'm making, my eye is very well connected, right? You'll see the kunta on the obverse side. They'll lie to you and say the evil portion is the obverse. That's a fucking lie. That's the reverse side. It's only obverse to our pale-skinned sons and daughters. The Ku Klux Klan sons and daughters will recognize that being such, period. On the left side, though, is the obverse side, the actual obverse side for the mothers and fathers pertaining to civilization. And then it'll say of the United States of America on the side with the eagle. Look at the back of a OneNote if you got one. Take it out. Look at it. Look at it. And you'll clearly see that we're dealing, and it says one in the middle of it. That's why I showed you who the entire Moorish nation is, because we're all one. You just got to get over yourselves. Get over your verses, as Malika just said, right?
Against the laws, religion, or tranquility. States has in itself no character of enmity against the laws, religion, or tranquility of Muslims. And when the first Muslim American was recently elected to Congress, he took the oath to defend our Constitution using the same Holy Quran that one of our founding fathers, Thomas Jefferson, kept in his personal library.
Kept in his personal, not presidential library to everyone, personal. Because you can only operate here as if you're doing Islam, which is the science pertaining to the workings pertaining to nature. That's the only way you can be a master mason. And you ain't got to join some fucking lodge to do it. Because you're free-born master masons and Eastern stars when you are coming out of your mother's womb. You just forgot who the fuck you are. Period. You forgot who the fuck you are. And we're here sharing with you freely. Have we given you our Cash App yet for you to make a donation? Nope. Because the charge that Prophet Noble Drew Ali gave the charge to sincere, true, and faithful Moors is, in order to change the people, you must change their literature. What is it costing you to just observe this, take notes, and then try to prove wrong what the fuck we're saying. Right? So he just quoted the Treaty of Tripoli. Who wants to read Article 11 for the Treaty of Tripoli? I dare you. Go ahead, take a read. Whoever.
As the government of the United States of America is not in any sense founded on the Christian religion, as it has in itself no character of enmity against the laws, religion, or tranquility of Muslims.
Stop. So if it's not founded on Christian religion, that means it's founded on the religion pertaining to Muslims. Barack Obama just said Muslims. However, everything starts with Islam across the planet. That's why most flags have crescents and stars in them. Don't be upset. Get over your social engineering that you believe in and hold on to so much. Get over yourself. Like Malika said, it's not a versus. This is get fucking clarity. Be clear on what the history and law actually is and never depart from it. That's why you won't see Brother Hasan without his fez or other regalia. Period. Because I know who I am. I know where I am. And I know that anybody saying they're a governor, even the praetor, the president of the
But do you know why you're here?
Why the reason why I'm here is to correct the record. And that's what we're doing even right now. Because people have recorded in their minds bullshit. I volunteered this lifetime to come here this time. Like many other times. The beloved Mother Oracle is watching. I told her at first, I was like, Mother, I think I've been here 3 times so far and looking at my chart. She's like, boy, you've been here for 7. Stop it. This is your 7th time here. Because I keep wise women around me that really know how to work this energy and they don't fuck around. And they love me and my brothers. And we do not dishonor them. I yield, bro. You was at Muscleman.
And as the said states never have entered into any war or act of hostility against any Mohammedan nation, it is declared by the parties that no pretext arising from religious opinions shall ever produce an interruption of the harmony existing between 2 countries.
So when it comes to Moorish Americans being sincere, and you got these Union State Society jurymen and justices of the Supreme Court coming across you, they'll know if you really about this life or not. They'll know if you know the history. They'll know if you're really standing on jurisprudence for real. That's why you got Shriners and other gatekeepers to really see, oh, is the shrine really the shrine again? Oh, hold up. Why do you think when it comes to 7HealStar YouTube, there's no, I'm saying this respectfully, no other Moorish Americans are doing what we're doing. If you're not getting it from Brother Taj, you're getting it from us. Let's keep it a whole fucking band. And the reason we got it is because Brother Taj, Mother Delilah, Mother Rashida, Mother Rosmariah, Brother Hannibal has shared so many high science stuff with me. So many things pertaining to high science that all I could do was just read it, recognize it, correct my motherfucking self, and then share with you freely. I'm not wasting my time with you. And then when I go, hey guys, you guys need to be there Tuesday and Thursdays at Friends in Law with Mother Malika and Sonny and the rest of us there doing this jurisprudence exercise, right? Right, Ease? Don't I say that to you, Ease? Hey man, check out Tuesday and Thursdays. Don't I say that, bro?
Yeah.
Do I fuck around, bro?
Not at all.
See what I'm saying? For those that don't know who Ease is the reason why most of your rap artists and people down there near the Georgia State Republic were able to have the backgrounds that they had in some of their videos. Phenomenal video director. However, assisting other major video directors. You see, where is he though? Hearing about his history. Brother Chi Bey, one half of the R&B group, Rough Ends, internationally known. and known to rock the microphone. Brother Chi Bey is here with us. Why? Because he's taking his nationality and birthright seriously. It has nothing to do with celebrity as much as it has to do with honoring our ancient foremothers and forefathers so that our days are long upon the earth land. Am I out of order here? Please, somebody correct me if I'm out of order.
Nationality is the order of the day. Sounds like you're in order.
Islam. Because I don't have time to sit here and deal with your beliefs and what you think shit is. Because I'm going to take you right to the record. And I'm going to tell you, okay, prove me wrong. When I know you can't. And if you got a problem, petition, send your problem to Dr. Naila and have her refer it to Brother Taj. And then Brother Taj is going to go, they're absolutely correct. So I don't care what your new age, new wave, woke conscious community concepts are. They're all based on what we're sharing with you right now, and you can't avoid it. And if you don't really know it and put it forth, you're lying to yourself. And you come across a Mason that really know this shit, they're going to railroad your ass. So you better hope you keep coming across dumbasses. However, I know from my experience, I haven't walked foot in anybody's so-called fucking courtroom since 2015. And didn't have to since I really found out how to work this so-called post that you call the mail system, postal system, and a fax machine. They really don't want you guys having this information like this because you now are holding them to their fucking obligation. Seriously, Mother Barbara, because Mother Barbara knows she knows I'm not fucking around. All right. And I think you all are still interacting in the chat here. All righty. What you need to do is question your favorite Moorish superhero. And see why they aren't giving you this straight up. Period. So now we're going to come back to this after we read. My brother said he wants to go into chapter 47 in the Quran. Cool. Let's do it. Chapter 45 and chapter 47, right? Let's do it real quick. Knock it out. Right? 43, 44. Hold on. Was that 44? That's 44. 45. The divine origin of the Asiatic nations. Right? Right? Boom shakalaka. Who's reading? It's only 7 minutes in this degree. In the 45th degree, it's only 7 minutes. Or you might want to hear in the 45th chapter is only 7 verses. Who's reading it? I yield. Or we can go bar for bar, bro. We can go minute for minute. What's good?
I got you.
Go ahead, Alexander. I appreciate you, bro.
Of course. The fallen sons and daughters of the Asiatic nation of North America need to learn to love instead of hate, and to know their higher self and lower self. This is the uniting of the Holy Quran of Mecca for teaching and instructing all Moorish Americans, etc. Number 2, the key of civilization was and is in the hands of the Asiatic nations. The Moorish, who were ancient Moabites and the founders of the holy city of Mecca. The Egyptians, who were the Hamathites and of the direct descendant of Mizraim. The Arabians, the seed of Hagar, Japanese, and Chinese.
Some would say Hagar, but you're good.
Thank you. The Hindus of India, the descendants of the ancient Canaanites, Hittites, and Moabites of the land of Canaan. The Asiatic nations of North, South, and Central America, the Moorish Americans and the Mexicans of North America, Brazilians, Argentinians, and Chileans in South America. Colombians, Nicaraguans, and the natives of San Salvador in Central America, etc. All of these are Muslims. The Turks are the true descendants of Hagar, who are the chief protectors of the Islamic creed of Mecca. Beginning from Muhammad I, the founding of the uniting of Islam by the command of the great universal God, Allah.
All righty. So chapter 46 is the beginning of Christianity. However, I think Brother Aura would like to get into chapter 47. And he was saying that, and I was like, why is Barack Obama doing his thing from Egypt? And you see, chapter 47 is titled, what?
Egypt, capital empire of the Dominion of Africa. Number 1, the inhabitants of Africa are the descendants of the ancient Canaanites from the land of Canaan. 2, old man
Some would say
Cush.
Canaan, but you're good. You're still good. Tomato, tomato.
Man Cush and his family are the first inhabitants of Africa who came from the land of Canaan. 3, his father Ham and his family were second. Then came the word Ethiopia, which means the demarcation line of the dominion of Amexem, the first true and divine name of Africa, the dividing of the land between the father and son. The dominion of Cush, northeast and southeast Africa, and northwest and southwest was his father's dominion, Africa. 5. In the later years, many of their brethren from Asia and the Holy Lands joined them. The Moabites from the land of Moab, who received permission from the pharaohs of Egypt to settle and inhabit northwest Africa, they were the founders and are the true possessors of the present Moroccan Empire, with their Canaanite, Hittite, and Amorite brethren who sojourned from the land of Canaan, seeking homes.
Can you stop right there real quick? This is what I want to do, because that number 6 that you just started on is the same as when Rahm Emanuel, after the 97th General Assembly for Illinois General Assembly, has this HR 0689 should have popped up immediately. Let's see. Boom, right there. Illinois General Assembly, right? This is the 97th General Assembly for Illinois General Assembly. House Resolution 0689. And then Rahm Emanuel had put out, let me show you that. If I was to go and type in, I know it's supposed to be proclamations by state. I'm gonna come back to that because I want you to see that number 6 that Brother R just read in chapter 47 is what is being quoted in that. Why, if these people don't recognize Moorish Americans, why are they putting out proclamations after having an Illinois General Assembly about it? Help me out. I don't know. Why? If the history doesn't really matter. Are you fucking kidding me? Why are they even parting their lips to say some shit about us? Why are they even mentioning Prophet Noble Drew Ali? I don't see them talking about anyone else that deals with some alleged religious group. I don't see it ever. I said ever, right? Proclamations by state on rvbaypublications.com. Look, you want to see? Here's the list. Look, Rahm Emanuel kicked it off December 22nd, 2011 for the most recent kickoffs. And then you go down, you see, after Rahm Emanuel, 2, Omaha, 3, Tacoma, Charlotte is 4, 5, my neighbor, Stephanie Rawlins Blake. Thomas House right across the baseball field from where I'm located near the Baltimore Corporation. Same neighborhood. Look what she puts in on Prophet Noble Drew Ali Solar Return in 2012. What you guys really think this shit a game? It's not a motherfucking game. This is not some birth certificate authenticating, debt discharging, security party creditor, be confused to be and thought of as some fucking sovereign citizen bullshit. That's not what this is. So respect that. Stop being disrespectful. Getting back to the House resolution in terms of, hold on, by the way, let me make sure I go back to that real quick so you can see that. Not just the list of who put them in, but look, that's the one for Atlanta City Council. Why are they on? For Moorish American Week, right? Which is every year. Because how many days are in a week?
7.
How many days are in a year?
7.
I dare somebody say it's not 7 days in a year, because if there is, name the 8th day. I'm listening. but there's really 365 and 1/4. Shut up. Because you're not dealing with the cosmology and astrology at that point. They go Rahm Emanuel's
This XREL is the hereditaments, hetetiments on the land.
Yo, you are hilarious. That's what I'm saying. Do they even really know the history? Right? So let's go back to see how did Rahm Emanuel put this together? Where he's saying, whereas the Moorish Americans are the descendants of the ancient Moabites, right? That's verse 6 in chapter 47, or minute 6 in degree 47. That Brother R just read right here. The Moabites from the land of Moab who received, it's right there. It's starting right there. It's starting right there. Right? Hold on. Let's go. Let's now go.
Look, how do I get this new car and discharge it?
That I know that's what these Moors think, man. And that's tough. That's really tough.
Show me how to turn the coupon on the bottom of my
and make a bill of exchange. And make a bill of exchange, right?
No, and it's gonna become a money order. See, you don't know. Oh, you don't know.
Yo, you're hilarious. So you sound like digital water. Real quick, what you say? You don't know what? Say it again, Malika. Maybe her internet connection is going in and out, but it's all good.
She was saying that she was making fun of the fact that people.
Yeah. I was like, oh, see, you don't know. You don't. It's called a money order. The money order. Thank you.
You're hilarious. Mute your mic. I think that's Jamie.
That's
Oh, I'm done. No, please.
Okay. Ease, brother Ease.
Oh, that's Ease. Ease. Mute your mic, Ease. Forgive me, Jamie. I was loud and wrong. But yeah, Malika is just picking, caricaturing the voice pertaining to those that will be talking about certain things pertaining to that. However, the XREL, I will say, ex relatione, is the same as saying, like, I have information about what you're talking about, but, however, it's not me. That's kind of consular-ish, if you know how to execute that strategy. However, a lot of people have done some fucked up shit with that strategy, right? However, House Resolution 0689, right? House Resolution 0689, right? Who was that? Was that Ease that just went off? That was Ease. All right, cool. House Resolution 0689. Whereas the Moorish Americans are the descendants of ancient Moabites, Hammatites, and Canaanites who were permitted by the old pharaohs of Kemet to traverse from East Africa and later formed themselves kingdoms extending from the northwestern and southwestern shores of Africa and the Atlantic islands and onto the present day continental Americas. One more question, just one more time.
To traverse, right?
Huh?
To traverse, not to transport in foreign and interstate commerce.
Yeah, exactly. To traverse, not to transport within foreign and interstate commerce, as you said. So look, again, there was the city council for Atlanta, right? C.T. Martin, Rahm Emanuel for Chicago, for Illinois, for Charlotte, Anthony R. Fox, which is funny because then Anthony, look, Rahm Emanuel went from the Obama administration to being mayor for the city of Chicago, and then Anthony R. Fox went from being the mayor for Charlotte and became the Secretary of Transportation under the Obama administration. See that? You see what happened there? Don't believe shit I say. Go and research. Try to prove wrong what the fuck I just said. Fayetteville. Hey, look at you, Anthony G. Chavon, right? For Fayetteville. Why are you talking about Moorish Americans? If this shit is some bullshit. I mean, they're doing sealed documents with ribbons under them. Right? Who is this? Omaha. Really? Really? Do you know who's from near the Omaha Corporation? That billionaire guy. Y'all know who I'm talking about. Who's that billionaire guy, that Albion's son? That talks like this and like this, you know, and I read this book like this. Y'all know what I'm talking about, right?
Who's that?
What? You know the Albion's son? Come on, somebody tell me who he is.
You said a billionaire?
Yeah.
Oh, you. Wait, hold on. I'm trying to think about who was bro talking about when he said they got applesauce in the cheeks. Oh,
No,
that's
not
that was
Biden.
Biden.
Not Biden.
But no, you talking about Bill Gates?
Nope, the other one.
Motherfucking the space guy.
No, not Elon
not
Musk.
Elon Musk.
No. The older cat.
Just said
Oh, you talking about Warren Buffett?
There you go, Berkshire Hathaway.
Berkshire, yeah, Warren Buffett.
Warren Buffett. Why is from near where Warren Buffett from talking about Moorish Americans?
Because he knew I was about to file a complaint against his power company.
I mean, just look. I mean, yeah, and who's next? What's it? Tacoma, Washington, right? Look, Malika. Look, Tacoma Corporation. What are they?
What is that?
Do y'all see this? This is not cat.
Dean just sent me the affidavit of probable cause that they allegedly opened the case with, the information.
Oh, that's beautiful. So that's evidence of bullshit that can be used against them, right?
Oh, well, it gives me one more person to add as a defendant. And
right.
And I'm gonna edit my email to them because they
sue
put
their
my full middle name in there. I know. So I'm gonna be doing a live on that either later today or tomorrow.
Well, that's love. You know, I want the link, so I make sure I pay his attention. Stephanie Rawlins Blake for near the Baltimore Corporation, right? Right? Why is she putting in a proclamation? I thought Moors weren't important. Little Rock, really? Arkansas, near the Arkansas State Republic, they're putting in a whereas for Moorish Americans. What? Are you fucking kidding me? Why are we going over this? What's happening here? What's really going on? Hold on. Whereas the Moorish American, right? Whereas the indigenous Moorish peoples of the what? Not the United States. I think this is a game. It is not a game. Y'all don't know the history. You've been lied to. And guess what? I don't care who your favorite Moorish American superhero is. What Moor is avenging what? I dare you say who they are. I dare you. And then I'll point, and then as soon as you go and say their appellation, I'll be like, that's cat. They on some fuck shit. Did you have to spend 250 notes to join Prophet Noble Drowning University?
Negative.
And you got a Moorish superhero that's avenging what? Not a goddamn thing. Because they want to look at this like it's belief system. No, if you really know how to use this, you can hold people accountable. That's why I say y'all need to be at the Jurisprudence Gym at Lawful Living. Because eventually what needs to happen is these letters need to be going to these people who are trustees. You want your food without having to think that you got to look over your shoulder. I mean, what you can do is just take a bag, walk in there, take what you need for you and your loved ones, and then walk out. You're not trying to start a fucking food truck and walk out. But that's shoplifting. No, it's not. They're going to get me for larceny. You're not a federal agent. So stop lying. Or what you can do is let these beings know, okay, write to the Secretary of Agriculture and be like, hey, since the slaves, we don't want the slaves that are still in the mindset of not honoring their ancient foremothers and forefathers and they choose to be fucking slaves. You can give me some type of means of exchange, whether it's a voucher or some card. So it looks like I'm actually, quote unquote, making advances to the Federal Reserve Bank. Because really, I don't need to do that shit. Really, y'all supposed to be doing tradition. Tradition in the law dictionary, Henry Campbell Black's Law Dictionary, is delivery. So according to tradition, according to delivery, you're not supposed to be talking about, oh, well, this is what it is for this produce. Motherfucker, I'm supposed to be able to have access to that because this is my ancestral estate. You wouldn't even be able to have the position you have if it wasn't for I and my ancient foremothers and forefathers. So respect that. There's not too many people speaking how we're speaking. Why do you think I've been telling you Moors that are sincere to go to lawful living? I'm not fucking playing because I know that it'll make you stronger. If you're at RV Bay Publications sincerely, you're part of Moorish Heritage and History School, then going to lawful living will only make you stronger in your concepts. That's not for you to go, you know what, fuck this fez and this turban, I'm just going to do this. Then you'll be sadly mistaken because now you're weak. You have to get stronger in your concepts and move forward.
To that, bro.
Flat the fuck out, Islam. Whereas the Moorish Americans being, what'd you say?
Back in business too.
Oh, you got the battery. Way to go, bro.
Yeah.
That's a bet. Yeah, that should make it all the way better, bro, for your laptop. Seriously. Whereas the Moorish Americans being aboriginal to the territories of North, Central, and South Americas have formed a sovereign theocratic government, not a sovereign citizen movement. So again, this is a general assembly, right? Right? Who the Supreme Court of the states can only redistrict. Why is the House of Representatives and Senators pertaining to Illinois allowing themselves to even have a meeting on this? Because it's not a fucking game. It's not a fucking game. Sovereign, theocratic government. You know what theocratic really boils down to? Again, when we read the Guyana Shigoa, and I said Brother Corey took a screenshot of one of the first pages in the Great Law of Peace that you can get from RV Bay Publications, didn't it say we don't draw a line between the spiritual and the political? Get what theocratic is now? Sovereign theocratic government. That's different from sovereign citizen movement.
It's the what were you saying? The obverse?
Yeah, it's the obverse side, which means the front, the first, whereas reverse means the backside. So the sovereign theocratic governing is what actually allowed you to even have a Guyana Shigoa, for the Ku Klux Klan to even have their clothing, for the federal government to even have what they have at a constitutional convention, which some Moor had to be there to assist them. Who is that Moor? Emmanuel bin Bey Ali, who is recorded in U.S. history as Benjamin Banneker. So you guys couldn't have done shit here at a Mexham without Moors. Respect that. Just because there's some bad apples talking about spend $250 to become this, give me 1,600, which only boils down to 888. So we're not knocking you, brother. You see what I'm saying? That's 888 a day for 6 months of teaching somebody for 1,600 notes. Cool, great, whatever. However, at the same time, you still capitulated because now you've registered something near Miami dealing with Moorish Americans, which means you're under the governor of Miami. Of Florida, pardon me, the governor of Florida. You sold out. You sold out. When you should be here studying with us to make sure that we are governing these people properly. Every governor of a state of corporation is a substitute bey. Just because you don't know the Masonic language, it's not my fault. I'm telling it to you directly. Even though man knows not, NAUGHT, which is falsehood by being told. I can see him like, this apple pie so good, ain't it? As soon as you go yes or no, you're a fucking liar because you're not tasting what I'm tasting. So cut yourself a slice. In other words, research what it is that we're presenting. Don't just go off of our presentation. We formed ourselves a sovereign theocratic government guided by the command principles of love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice through virtue of the universal right to self-determination, not somebody else determining who the fuck we are. Self-determination, as well as with Declaration on Rights of Indigenous People guaranteed in the Charter. Jesus Christ! And whereas on January 8, 1886, Noble Drew Ali was born in the state of North Carolina, didn't mean he stood there. He didn't stay there. Destined to become the first patriot, as they call it, which is dealing with a fathering, one who sets the process in order. Of his mentally enslaved Moorish American people. That looks like some proper nounage going on there. In what year? The same time they was doing that French protectorate in Morocco shit. Between 1912 and 1956 that we looked up last night too, that we'll share shortly.
Yep.
He was anointed as El-Hajj Sheikh Sharif Abdul Ali, quote unquote. That's why I said he's El-Hajj Sheikh Sharif Abdul Ali. However, he's doing religious corporate activity by affidavit as Prophet Noble Drew Ali. So he has a religious corporate name. Just like I have a appellation that's different from Hasan Ghaziel Bey, which is my religious corporate appellation. Only my loved ones that are close to me actually know what that other appellation is. Period. However, I'm not in the trademark office being represented by some attorney because I'm a free Moorish American. I'm no longer mentally enslaved. Nor was I ever really. That's how I'm able to do and say and be what I am. I just had to be taught and reminded. That's all. Just like Prophet Noble Drew Ali just had to be taught and reminded. He was anointed as Al-Hajj Sheikh Sharif Abdul Ali, quote unquote, by the leaders of Egypt. Oh, back to Barack Obama being at Cairo. And the holy city of Mecca to return to where? To the corporation to let it be known what the fuck the deal is as the last prophet and founding father of the newly risen. So you don't need no rise of the Moors when this shit was going down in fucking 1912. Again, we read the letter to be read in every meeting and so many people trying to take charge of the situation. Go sit your ass down. Go to your prayer rug and prostrate like the idiot Marine that you are. Newly risen nation of Moorish Americans. As a result of the 13th Amendment? What? We already know that's some BS. However, we're going to utilize that. As a result of the 13th Amendment, because you're talking about the Freedmen's Bureau here, with the original 20 sections, not the 13th Amendment with 2 sections. Oh, y'all don't know that the original 13th Amendment got 20 sections? Again, you go and look for it. You'll find it. But it's referring to the Freedmen's Bureau. However, really nothing after the 10th, in my opinion, has been lawfully ratified. Some people would say 11th, 12th, and 13th are solid. But really, once you get to the 14th Amendment, it's bullshit. 14th Amendment's bullshit. You shouldn't be utilizing it respectfully. Because that's for corporations. 1 through 10 is all you need. Seriously. All you need is 1 through 10. And that's the Bill of Rights. Amendment was a term utilized to try to make some unratified shit get a pass. I don't give it a pass. It does not get a pass. Because Prophet Noble Drew Ali expressed the 14th and 15th Amendment are not for the salvation of my people. We study this for real. We don't fuck around. We don't play. Right? As a result of the 13th Amendment, Moorish people were emancipated from slavery in 1865. So all that slavery shit ended in 1865. Why the fuck are you guys still doing slavery shit in 2023? Because you don't know. You've been socially engineered. You're fucking enslaved in your mind. Therefore, be it resolved, which is resolved, which means the problem is over.
Say that again.
Say that again.
So you can say that again.
Resolved by the House of Representatives of the 97th General Assembly of the State of Illinois that we designate the week of January 8th through the 15th, 2012. And it's not just then. I'm telling you, this is celebrated every fucking January 8th through the 15th. This is just what they wrote for this particular portion. And it happened in the 80s too. As Moorish American Week in the state of Illinois. So why are they, with their language, remember, we're Haudenosaunee, but the French say Iqua. So this is just them using their language to try to really explain Moorish Americans, and they're not Moorish American, even though they are part of the Moorish nation. See what I did there? Because one mother's breast had given us suck. This, again, like Malika said, this isn't a versus, right? All righty. So back to what Brother R was reading, chapter 47. Let's do it, bro. Boom, you was at number 6. After seeking new home, now you're at number 7. Their dominion.
Islam. Their dominion and habitation extended from northeast and southwest Africa across Great Atlantis, even unto the present North, South, and Central Americas, or America, and also Mexico and the Atlantis Islands before the Great Earthquake, which caused the Great Atlantic Ocean.
So just like when I was telling you, Malika, and I was like, yeah, man, y'all not immigrants, y'all from South America, cool. Y'all still American. So when people talk about, yeah, they from Mexico trying to cross the border, that's some corporate commerce shit. You're home.
Well, Mexico, quote unquote, went all the way up to include Oregon. So
exactly,
it was Oregon, California, Nevada, and now, you know, there's people trying to block you off. People,
and that's why I'm saying, if this doesn't
they like, we here now, back up.
and that's bullshit, because at the end of the day, they're out of fucking order. But they're utilizing force. In other words, these agents, these border patrol people, these immigration and customs enforcement beings, they are no different than fucking aluminum foil and plastic wrap that are to only be there to protect the lasagna within them. And the lasagna is the actual land, the actual people. It doesn't mean you're going to feed on us, though, you fucking vampires. So you see what our dominion is.
Everybody conflates everything. They think that Border Patrol is there to stop regular people, but they're not. They're there to stop agents. They're only supposed to interact with other agents. If you're saying that you're coming over the border on behalf of the country that you're coming over the border from, like you're doing business with the other nation you're allegedly going to on behalf of the nation you're coming from, that's the only time you need to have those types of conversations and communications. But if you're just migrating your family, and especially if it were more open and people would be more nomadic, they would, you know, it's like, don't talk to me. I'm not here for whatever you think is going to threaten your so-called economy. I'm not here for that.
Correct. So you see what our dominion is. Our dominion is the whole fucking planet. So who are these beings with firearms thinking they can regulate your movement? That's all that's happening on the planet. They're slowing down how fast you can move.
Right, and because they think what you're doing is going to affect their interstate and foreign commerce. They think that your regular life is going to affect their enterprise business to business relations. And we need to understand that that's what's going on, so we could be like, I get what you guys are doing, but I'm not affecting whatever you guys are doing. I'm not here as an ambassador for somewhere else. I'm just living my life. I'm just living my life.
I'm minding my business. Go mind yours. Right?
Right.
However, I yield to Brother R at number 8.
Islam. What did you say? The last thing you said?
8. Number 8.
Oh, number 8.
Woo-hoo!
Yeah, I know. The river Nile was dredged and made by the ancient pharaohs of Egypt in order to trade with the surrounding kingdoms. Also, the Niger River was dredged by the great pharaoh of Egypt in those ancient days for trade, and it extends eastward for the river Nile, from the river Nile westward across the Great Atlantic. It was used for trade and transportation.
So look, you wouldn't even have a Secretary of Commerce.
It just turns out
trade and all that shit. Talking about foreign trade zones. The commerce and silver and gold belong to the people and the people alone. Who are these motherfucking military regulators but occupiers of your ancestral estate? Do you think it's not a war? You're comfortable. When really you should be asking these people when they don't recognize that they're only there for their operations within their building, right? They only have and if there are other places on the land, they're just a franchise of McDonald's, just like, which is, DC, right? They're a franchise of DC. It's just like McDonald's near the Des Plaines Corporation, Illinois State Republic. That's where the McDonald's headquarters is. All other McDonald's are just appendages of the headquarters. They're like tentacles on an octopus or squid, franchised places. And their franchise activities pertaining to their foreign banks and banking operations happen only within the exterior bounds of the buildings, not the entire fucking land. Don't get it fucking twisted. You guys need to correct your concepts and do it very fucking quickly. You need to correct your concepts last year. So let's hop to it. I yield, bro. Number 9.
According to all true and divine records of the human race, there is no Negro, black, or colored race attached to the human family, because all the inhabitants of Africa were and are of the human race, descendants of the ancient Canaanite nation from the Holy Land of Canaan.
Keep on.
Islam. 10. What your ancient forefathers were, you are today, without doubt or contradiction.
Without doubt or contradiction. You can sit here and try to play these belief games if you want. You're getting top-notch master Masonic knowledge here. Top-notch Astro-Masonics. You can deny it all you fucking want. I'm not moving. Yeah, I'm not moving. I'm not fucking moving. You can move. I'm not. Even though I'm doing the Moorish Divine and National Movement, I'm not moving from the position where I stand in my mind. I yield. That's status, right? Because it's been corrected, right? My status has been corrected here, not with somebody's document. Go ahead. I yield.
Right. All right. And 11, there is no one who is able to change man from the descent nature of his forefathers, unless his power extends beyond the great universal creator, Allah himself.
Man, that's bars right there. Jesus. Bruce Lee Christ.
These holy and divine laws are from the Prophet, Noble Drew Ali, and the founder of the uniting of the Moorish Science Temple of America. These laws are to be strictly preserved by the members of all the temples of the Moorish Science Temple of America. They will never learn to open their meeting. They will learn to open their meeting and guide it according to the principles of love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice. Every subordinate temple of the Grand Major Temple is to form under the covenant of love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice, and to create their own laws and customs in conjunction with the law of the Holy Prophet in the Grand Temple. I, the Prophet Noble Drew Ali, was sent by the great God Allah to warn all Asiatics of America to repent from their sinful ways before the great and awful day that is sure to come. Sheesh. That's deep. Because he's saying it's sure to come, which means y'all fucking up. The time has come when every nation must worship under their own vine and fig tree, and every tongue must confess his own. Through sin and disobedience, every nation has suffered slavery due to the fact that they honored not creed and principles of their forefathers. That is why the nationality of the Moors was taken away from them in 1774, and the word Negro, black, and colored was given to the Asiatics of America who were of Moorish descent, because they honored not the principles of their mother and father, and strayed after the gods of Europe, of whom they knew nothing.
So all of you out there that are Negro, black, colored, African American, the reason you're even doing that, even though that shit was over in 1865, is because you're in great dishonor. You honor not the principles. pertaining to your mothers and fathers, your ancient foremothers and forefathers. So don't be mad at us because we're telling the fucking truth, which needs no apology. It's stern, it won't change, and it will not pass away. So get over yourselves. Because you want me to show you something else too? Before we get back to, because we was at this right here. The expatriation papers, right? Before we get there, let's go here on page 12 in Clock of Destiny, book 1. Let me show you why you beings can never, ever be Christian that have copper toned skin. Who wants to read the basic reason why Asiatics can never become Christian? You can deny your ancient foremothers and forefathers all you want. I'm going to still show you why you can't do that unless you're lying to yourself. Again, this is in the Library of Congress, and I'm going to show you the certificate for Clock of Destiny Book 1, the certificate for Clock of Destiny Book 2, and the certificate for Zodiac Constitution. I yield. Who wants to read?
Got you. The basic reason why Asiatics can never become Christians. It is impossible for the people of heavy olive and live olive.
Supposed to be light olive, but go ahead.
Okay, light. Hue of skin, commonly known as dark brown and light brown, to ever become a Christian because of this fact. The Christians worship a, quote, white son of God and his, quote, white Mother Mary, the very image of themselves. The Christian, quote, God is definitely white or ruddy pale because his only begotten son is tangible evidence. You might ask yourself this question: what chance do I have to enter the gates of the Christian heaven dominated by a, quote, white God, his son, and his son's mother Mary, the very image of the woman who falsely cries, quote, rape, followed by sons cross burning and lynching? Such is the Christian nation's heaven, dominated by the, quote, white woman, the god of hatred, fear, crime, and corruption.
That's not my words. That's in the Library of Congress. That is what every Mason is operating on. And if they're not, and they're just there for the party and woo, let's just fatten our purse, you're a fucking idiot. That's why your fez is only worn in secret. And it's pent down at 33 degrees. When I and my brothers are clearly giving you this 720 all day, every day. I yield.
On the contrary, there was a specific reason for the new masses of humanity, referred to as, quote, white people, to establish the church and false doctrine of, quote, Christ and Mary. So let us observe the reason, in order that we might take a broad view which will enable us to erase the hatred against them, which is now dominating our nature. It has already been stated elsewhere in this book that during the past 1,367 years, there has only been two world empires, namely the Moorish Empire of the Order of Islam and the Christian Empire of the Order of Christ. During the world domination of the Moorish nation, the blonde women of Patagonia, South America,
Europe. That's where the pale skin actually manifested. Respectfully, our sons and daughters, they are from Patagonia, which is known as Argentina. Where's that? South America. We ceded them land, what's near term Europe. I yield. Continue.
The blonde women of Patagonia, South America, had manifested their cultured height in the Society of Islam.
That's proof. How did they manifest their cultured height in the Society of Islam? Because the Moorish sons were holding those women in their harem as concubines. Let's tell the fucking truth here. I yield, Alexander. I yield, bro.
Which qualified them to establish the Society of the Cross, laden with mystery and emotional false doctrines, as a positive weapon of liberating themselves from the amalgamated iron-handed rulers or dictators who had shielded the secrets of nature as shown in the signs of the zodiac and established a doctrine of mystery and religious superstition by force. As a result, the following amalgamated generation of Moorish fathers and blonde mothers grew up in ignorance of the science of the 12 signs of the zodiac, and the applied principles of Islam.
So that doesn't mean that Moors, that's why, like I said, when you see certain Moorish sons with Albion daughters, or you see Albion sons with Moorish mothers, that's not, ooh, why they get, it's cross-sexualization has been happening for fucking centuries. Some of us just prefer to be with Moabite women. But I'm not knocking those Moorish sons that are with Albion daughters. Because the real bloodening back, which is what's happening there, is when really the Moabite mothers absorb the Albion son. Because your nationality is based on your mother, never your father. Get it correct. I yield.
Which in turn resulted in the corruption of the Society of Islam under the influence of the Islamism of variable, unreasonable procedures of religious worship, strenuous mystery prayers, and the restriction of literacy education to the common masses.
So when you guys say or see in your 101 questions for Moorish Americans, and it says, what is the religion? What is our religion? It says Islamism. The reason why the religion is Islamism, because that's how the fuck you fell. So you got to get back up where you fell from and then come out of Islamism. Don't be hitting me with that Islamism, Mo. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. You sound like you're a part of some variable, unreasonable procedures of religious worship. So Prophet Noble Drew Ali was freeing you by making you responsible for where you left off at. You thought you died and came into a new body. You ain't got to deal with that shit. You better get the fuck out of here. You can try to kill yourself now. Guess what? Your reincarnation is going to be back to dealing with this problem. Because you got to fix it. I yield, Alexander.
The corrupt process of the selfish, jealous, amalgamated rulers of the Muslim world converted the Society of Islam into regimentation, human caste, slavery, economic and social degradation, crime, bloodshed, and human destruction, from which was born the army of the mystic banner of the cross, led by militant, quote, white women or Patagonian blondes, supported by many wise Muslim women and sons, struggling for freedom, which resulted in some 364 years of intermittent conflict from Peru to Alaska and across the Pacific and Atlantic Oceans in the Northern Hemisphere. A great battle between two different types of religious superstitions, namely Islamism and Crossism, referred to as the great battle between, quote, Crescent and the Cross, or, quote, Muhammad and Christ. The period of crucifixion, lynching, burning, and murdering one another over ideas of impractical isms and mystery of variety, which has dominated the world for some 400 years and has manifested with the racial and color scheme of corruption. The Muslims, with their strenuous ism of mystic religious worship and superstition, are not guilty of the establishment of the race and color scheme. They are guilty of the caste system and segregation, according to class and rank and method of mystic or superstitious religious worship in the institution called mosque, from which was born the institution of worship called church.
You wouldn't have a church without a mosque. And you wouldn't have all this shit without you guys being fucking corrupted. I told you it's been a family feud. All your wars on the planet, family feud. And now look where we are. Showing up every Tuesday and Thursday to make sure that our concepts are stronger and stronger, and then inviting you Moorish Americans to stop dealing with your favorite Moorish avenging superhero who is not giving you this shit directly. I don't give a fuck who they are. It's not disrespecting them. I'm pointing out to you that they don't give a fuck. Because if they did, they would be here with us right now, adding to this wisdom and going, you know what, man, I apologize to all of you for asking you to send me a Cash App for this. When really I could have really been helping to put different writings together to set these people in order. Or are you ready to have another fucking war in the planet? Because either you're going to be a Federal Reserve agent and be under the yoke of, man, I got to have these Federal Reserve notes and exchanges, or you're going to learn this history and law and immediately put it into effect. so that you can be here for one another on this planet collectively. So Malika doesn't have to deal with suing some stupid motherfuckers committing libel on some website. Or any one of us near or attending lawful living, which I like to call the jurisprudence gem. So we can exercise how we're gonna fuck these people up with disqualifying their asses. Pen is mightier than the sword. I yield, Alexander. Continue.
I'm just going to start from the beginning of that sentence. They were guilty of the caste system and segregation according to the class and rank and method of mystic or superstitious religious worship in the institution called mosque, from which was born the institution of worship called church, and the race and color scheme with its marriage license laws established by the Patagonian blonde women of South America. This system prohibits the issuance of marriage license to Moorish men and women who desire to marry, quote, white women or men in North America, especially in the corporation, United States. Upon this is founded the myth of, quote, black and white people's blood, which was born out of the church system, namely the Catholics, Protestants, Baptists, and the Jury or Jewish Temple of the United States in North America.
Bars. That's it. Thank you, Enchanted Nerd, JM, Mother Barbara, as always, love. Yes, Brother Derek, 13 with 20 sections, right? They are telling, JM says they are telling us and some of us are not paying attention to the fact these jurisdictions are issuing these proclamations. I'm just saying, man, like, yeah, they need to see that, right? Brother Hasan, can you clarify the significance of using a fax? Well, just using the fax machine, I put it like this. If I call you and you don't answer the phone, but I email you and you immediately respond, I'm going to use what you're going to immediately fucking respond to. Period. But I'm going to still call you, send you post through the postal service, tax a per queue, of course, because it's prepaid. And I'm going to send you a fax. And I'm going to email you because I don't give a fuck. Enchanted Nerd says, it says they are administrators of our estates. In administration of the United States Mortgage and Trust Company talks about surrogate courts, trust economy. It's all there. Yeah. I mean, because man, you can't do anything other than what the fucking root has set up. Again, the root, Zodiac Constitution. Then you get into Guyana Shigoa. After that, you got all your other stuff: Articles of Association, Declaration of Independence, Articles of Confederation, Treaty of Peace and Friendship, North American Republic Constitution for the United States for America, right? That's what you got here, right? Thank you for hitting the share and like. I appreciate you, Enchanted Nerd, and anyone else that has, right? Queen Europa, I know, right? That's that Queen Europa, when you're talking about Europe, is basically when you talk about Europeans, you're correct. The only reason they would be called Europeans, our pale-skinned sons and daughters, right, is because of Queen Europa, who's a Moabite woman. Right, so you're talking about, someone who ruled that portion of the earth, so to speak, right? However, we're not here to be rulers over each other. We're here to be in harmony with nature. That's what we're supposed to be doing, right? Yes, Rosicrucians also are keepers of Moorish knowledge also. They are also those that have a lot of information. Shout out to Mother Rashida Bey for sharing that with us also. You know what I mean? That's why I have books from the Rosicrucian Library. That was gifted to me from Mother Rashida Bey. All right, so let's you know what I mean? Yeah, you're right, Mother Barbara, does all go together, right? Boom, shakalaka. So now let's come back here, right? Because eventually we'll close on out, but we're not there yet at all. So now let's come here, back to the expatriation letter. So you guys can be clear, right? Right, there are strictly speaking no Moroccan laws, right? And this is 1906. So remember, the Kingdom of Morocco, which is different from the Moroccan Empire or the Moorish Empire, which is also known as, right? The Kingdom of Morocco wasn't established until 1956. So they're talking about Moorish Americans. They're talking about the Moorish Empire, the Moroccan Empire. There are, strictly speaking, no Moroccan laws relating to business ship. Right? Because citizenship, we already know a United States citizen, when Malika shares with us, every fucking class. And make sure that truth is hammered in. A United States citizen is a United States business. And guess what? There's no Moroccan laws dealing with citizenship because we are dealing with empire protection for subjects. And the real subjects of Morocco still, and that's why I said you guys can sit here and try to be mean. Oh, why they got some pale skin speaking from their rostrum? First of all, it's in the rostrum, and second of all, Alexander Dix is probably way more thorough than some of you motherfuckers with copper tone skin. He's sincerely interested, and I'm not going to hold him back because I know, and we just showed you from Clock of Destiny Book 2 and Manassas, that the Moorish nation includes him and the rest of you. So you can argue, be mad, upset, whatever. Go through your temper tantrum. Have it. Have fun. Right? No Moroccan
why people be mad at somebody who did nothing to them?
Because people are dickheads, Malika, respectfully saying.
But they got people out here robbing out their own pockets. Taking out of the mouths of their children, and they're not lashing out at those people.
No, they're talking about, see, man, respectfully, I just take it as a loss. I spent $10,000, but I got these documents. I just got to learn how to study and use them. Because when I called them back in the ass, they said they ain't had no experience with it. But you sent them what?
And you already gave them 10 grand and you have no comprehension. At least if I pay 10 grand, I'm going to have some comprehension.
We see if you exchanging that amount of energy to be able to have the platform that we all can come to. That seems like a much better way to utilize that energy to have something like lawful living than to have some documentation that somebody isn't going to be clear on how you're correcting your fucking status, which is bullshit. The real status correction.
What we do is we give people, help people get comprehension so they can get strong in their actions when they take action. You want to feel the power when you are putting together whatever you're putting forth. And that's what all people are missing, So unfortunately, the alternative is to be led around by the nose, thinking that someday your understanding will just drop out the sky.
That's why we call lawful living the jurisprudence gym. But you don't go to a gym to be weaker. And you're not there to check out the cakes of the women on the Stairmaster either. All right? You're not there to see some guy make his pecs jump. Because this jurisprudence gym makes you stronger in your mind. This is how you really correct your status, which is standing in your fucking mind, not some documentation. Documentation is secondary to your comprehension. And then you can put documentation wherever you go. And that documentation will be proof that you've corrected the standing in your mind. Standing and status is the same word. Just like stit, which is in the center of constitution. It's all standing, right? And anything contrary to the Constitution is not withstanding. That's what unconstitutional equals. Unconstitutional equals notwithstanding. All right, so let's continue. Hey, Donnell, peaceful greetings to you. Happy holy degree, right? So yeah, they do give up the FRNs, the Federal Reserve Notes for shortcuts. JM, you're correct, right? So there are, strictly speaking, no Moroccan laws relating to citizenship pertaining to Moorish subjects in Morocco. So so we don't even deal with that shit. The fundamental laws of this non-Christian country, there it goes again. So they was talking about in Article 11 in the Treaty of Tripoli, and here it comes again. Treaty of Tripoli was again, that was what? November 4th, 1976. And now here we're at August 3rd, 1906. And it's telling you again, this is a non-Christian country. Based entirely upon Islamic code. No part of which of this Islamic code treats of the subject of citizenship. It doesn't fucking exist, which means citizenship is a corporate fucking term. So you motherfucking right when Mother Malika brings up Title 15 United States Code 4724. And it's talking about trade zones and trade shows. And then you learn that the only thing that's a United States citizen is a United States business. There's no such thing as Moroccan citizenship. Stop it. But the Kingdom of Morocco, they got their consulate at New York.
Look, Hasan. We're just trying to get the bag, okay?
Yeah.
We gotta get to the bag. Okay. So
can you show me the yams?
What'd you say, Chi?
Can I get to the yams? Sweet yams.
Hey, yo, that's funny, bro. That reminds me of Martin when Barnell Hill or Tommy Davis. It's funny. Tommy Davis was playing Barnell Hill, right? And
I'm just trying to get to the money bag. So I'm gonna go watch the tour. Okay.
Trying to get to the
and I'm gonna
catfish
try to
in your
get
lake.
the videos because Title 15 it talk about natural persons, and that's me. That's me. I'm the natural. I'm just trying to get. I'm the consumer. The consumer.
Wow.
The consumer.
Wow.
The consumer.
Wow.
And I'm the king of Title 15
Wow.
foreign trade and foreign commerce, no less.
Fucking wow. Right? Let's continue. Citizenship of the United States, expatriation, etc. There are, however, numerous treaties and conventions between who? Go ahead, somebody read. We ain't gonna just sit here and me. Conventions between what? Oh, I'm gonna wait till somebody read it. There are numerous treaties and conventions between what?
Between the various Christian countries and the Moorish Empire.
What year is this again? What the?
Now it makes sense when Noble Drew Ali said.
Just some new stuff.
Now it makes sense when Noble Drew Ali said the present Moroccan Empire.
Correct. By means of which citizenship in this country is defined. But as I understand from the above acknowledged instructions, that is not the desire of the department to call for a report upon such lines. I will therefore confine these remarks to general conditions existing, which may possibly be of some use in connection with the information desired. Number one. What does number one say?
Number one says citizenship in Morocco may be said to be governed by the laws pertaining to the same in other countries, with the exception that all persons residing in Morocco who cannot prove foreign citizenship or protection are considered ipso jure as Moorish subjects.
So, again, if you can't prove foreign citizenship, you're a Moorish subject anyway. And you can't say you're a United States citizen because now you're saying you're a business. And if that's the case, then you're dead. You're a body corporate who has no respect. But the 14th Amendment is bullshit. It hasn't been lawfully ratified. Somebody injected that shit to try to get a pass for some shit that is out of harmony with the law and nature. Number 2 and 3, bro, I yield.
Number 2 and 3, Moorish subjects lost their nationality only by becoming naturalized in or protected by another country having treaty relations with the Moorish Empire.
So when people talk about, oh, well, yeah, man, I'm a United States citizen, you know that you lost your nationality and you know that you're naturalized now.
You're only saying that because you don't have a 5-star passport. That's all, Hasan. I see.
Because you don't have a Chinese Matt D passport.
You don't have the card, Aura. Stop it.
Birth certificate babe.
Oh my God.
I don't got the card, so they shouldn't listen to me no more.
It's because you're not getting visas, okay? You're not passing gold. You're not collecting $200.
I don't got the adept credit discharging degrees.
Oh my
God. You don't have the faceless black CashApp card.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Yo, y'all are fucking hilarious. This is fucking classic. That's classic. It was established by the Convention of Madrid, concluded July 3rd, 1880, as follows. Article 15. Who's reading?
Where you at?
Article 15, any subject.
Oh, any subject of Morocco who has been naturalized in a foreign country and who shall return to Morocco shall, after having remained for a length of time equal to that which shall have been regularly necessary for him to obtain such naturalization, choose between entire submission to the laws of the empire and the obligation to quit Morocco, unless it shall be proved that his naturalization in a foreign country was obtained with the consent of the government of Morocco.
So if the government and again, this is 50 years before there was a fucking kingdom of Morocco established. Right. Which means this is still in play. That's a part of the Masonic secret. Y'all, this shit is still in play. The empire still exists.
Unless it shall be proved that, oh yeah, I already read that, foreign naturalization heretofore acquired by subjects of Morocco according to the rules established by the laws of each country shall be continued to them as regards all its effects without any restrictions. The above ruling has never yet been acted upon, and should this at any time be contemplated seriously, a large number of naturalized people, American and others, residing in Morocco be affected thereby.
Hold on. If this would at any time be contemplated seriously, which means motherfuckers are ignoring.
Or they're not contemplating it seriously. They're just they're contemplating it unseriously.
That's why I said I'm not moving. I'm not moving. Yeah, I'm not moving. Because I know the history, I know the law, and I'm going to stay there. However, I can still get stronger and add different perspectives to my own. So I can have different angles in protecting loved ones, home and abroad. I yield. 4 and 5.
4 and 5. Residence in foreign parts does not affect the nationality of Moorish subjects and the Moorish government.
Whoa. Read that again.
Residence in foreign parts does not affect the nationality of Moorish subjects, and the Moorish government has no means of protecting its subjects permanently residing in other countries, with the exception of the so-called Moorish consul at Gibraltar and a Moorish agent at Cairo, Egypt.
I am Hoffman Philip. It's funny because there's an actor out there called Philip Hoffman. These people know the month. I'm trying to tell you, man, these people know this fucking history. And you guys are you not entertained? I think you are. Because if you're residing, that means you've been struck in the head. Because that's what it means to dwell. You're a resident dwelling. I'm an
entrepreneur. I'm an entrepreneur.
I'm trying to show people that I can hold up stacks of Federal Reserve notes to my ear and be like, hello? No, stop it. So we just shared all of this with you guys so that you can be able to clearly see that when we started out with Guyana Shigoa and Malika showed you the revised codes of Washington, and we just said that's folding space and time. Then we took you right to before Guyana Shigoa, we took you to the Zodiac Constitution. After the Cloran, Cycle 7, Clock of Destiny. Then the USA U.S.A. Secretary Expatriation document for the 59th Congress Second Session. Just so that we can show you what you need to make sure you're clear in your mind of why you even come to the jurisprudence gem for real if you're sincerely Moorish American. We already know. First and foremost, I speak to Moorish Americans. Because a lot of Moorish Americans, telling you, man, I be in Mother Malika's class on Tuesdays and Thursdays, and we see so many L's and Bays that stay quiet. Because let's keep it a whole band. If it wasn't for Mother Malika joining us December 27, 2022 on Office Hours with Dr. G, classes wouldn't be at 100 every time. I'm almost like, Malika, you need to go up on one of those Zoom things, man, because at this point.
Okay, so I posted about this last night, so thank you for the shout out. One of the other reasons that I was never really promoting the jurisprudence gym, as you call it, is because they're blocking me from upgrading to 300. The only option I have is going up to 1,000, but it wouldn't be interactive. It wouldn't be interactive. So everybody would just be, it would just be like a seminar, and you know, the people in the back office talk, and then everybody else, they can't ask questions except in the chat. So they can't come off mic and share stories and stuff like that. Oh, so they won't let, they're blocking me. So when you search online, there's a package that says you could get 300 participants. But when you say, yes, I want this, it asks you if you want to create a new account or if you want to sign into one you already have. And as soon as I sign in, it says this package is not available for you. So
it's funny because yesterday, right, during class, no, correct me if I'm wrong, Chief. She texts me and go, damn, yo, I'm locked out. So I'm stalking just a little bit. As soon as that shit hit 99, 98, I'm like, bro, try now.
Yeah, man, that's crazy, man. That's
wait a minute. Keith got locked out, my co-host?
No, Chief.
Oh, no. It was
okay. I was like, Keith got locked out.
No,
it was at 100 already. I'm like, damn.
Okay.
I Malika. Okay. That joint was at 100. I'm like, okay, all right. I'll just wait patiently on the sideline.
That's why, I mean, I ain't gonna say it out loud, but what I've said in private to my brothers, y'all already know how I tell y'all to log in. We ain't gonna say it out loud. But I told the bros, I'm like, bro, you want to guarantee a spot? This is how you do it. That's how you get. Malika, I'll tell you off the record, so you'll know how we do.
My little sister gets locked out every week now. She be texting me like, "Call me when you get up," I guess.
Then look, I'm gonna tell you so you can tell Key how to do what she need to do, because we make sure we got a spot every Tuesday and Thursday. We don't fuck around. I'd be like, bro.
I almost didn't make it yesterday, bro. When I logged in, I was 95, and like 2 minutes after that, it was 100. I was like, right on time.
So that means you came in right before Chi texted me. Chi was like, bro, I can't get in. I said, I just looked at that text like, fuck. So I said, I ain't gonna even hit him back. I'm just gonna wait till it. And then I was like, try now. That was my response to you. Yo, try now.
And you know what's funny? The bad part is he was only able to probably get a spot because people who were already on got booted off. Because sometimes like people were like they're traveling or whatever. So they get booted off, so they try to come back in. But could you imagine you're on, you're listening, you get booted off, somebody take your spot?
That's what happened probably. Most likely.
When me and my baby was traveling back, and I was like, yo, I was on a train and shit. We traveling back, you know what I mean, from where we were coming from. And I was like, man, I already know the Wi-Fi, you know what I mean, ain't strong.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah, somebody gonna get your spot.
Oh,
man, yeah. At first I was in and I was out. When I came back, I ain't gonna front. I was on
you don't need a spot, Hasan. You be taking up all the questions for the new people. You need to be off.
Yeah,
I gotta work on being quiet.
Give somebody else your spot.
You the student like my daughter. My daughter went to school. I used to teach at home first. From when she started attending public school, I told her, I said, look. I said, baby, I said, your daddy. I said, me. I was always very bright, very intelligent. But I used to water myself down because being the smartest person, you know, people make fun of you sometime. I said, listen, I said, you don't do that. I said, you don't do none of that. I said, don't you worry about being the smartest person in the room. If you know it and you want to raise your hand, you raise your hand every time. If you don't know, you ask questions.
Flat out.
First week of school, oh, LaDeja, she's so good, she's so bright. That after the first week, she's gonna like, I had to pass over Deja a couple times because she got her hand up every time. I'm like, yeah.
I mean, yo, at the end of the day,
she's looking around like everybody else.
The teacher looking around like, is anybody else in the class? Is anybody
right? Anybody else
read?
Hasan? Right. Anybody else except for Hasan want to answer this?
Oh, it's not.
Yeah, that's what I start saying to Hasan. That's right.
No, it's not
anybody
it's
but
not
Hasan.
Just me. It'd be Keith and Bobby too, and I just be so excited that I don't even be thinking. I just be in the zone. Sometimes when I be saying certain things, I'm like, oh shit, I thought my mic was muted, so I gotta play it off and just laugh with y'all. But I be thinking my mic was muted at that time because I go in and out and hit the mic. to make sure it's
Hasan's so crazy. He answers under his breath when he think his mic is muted.
Yo, it's
I'll be like, we can still hear you, Hasan, though he whispering the answer.
Yeah, I know, right? Except that one time yesterday, I did sing it, and I was like, "You asked the question, the answer was
yeah,
no."
let that one slide.
No.
I let that one slide because you sang it.
Yeah, I mean, it is what it is, though. Look, guys, what they saying in the chat on let's see, law and history goes hand in hand. Mother Barbara says business as usual. She says also, Enchanted Nerd says check out that 7 FAM 1200 Appendix A. Mother Barbara says, and why books are getting larger and larger, laughing out loud, right? At word plays. Right. There's a lot of emoji reactions that are amazing. Big Green says, I appreciate this direction. Much gratitude indeed. Mother Barbara says, but the ones that really want to learn can't get in, and she's not able to upgrade to the next package, like with the what face, like,
yeah,
oh,
man.
She said, sounds familiar. Damn, right? Mother Barbara says. Enchanted Nerd says, any advice? I'm working with a private owner of a mall putting an Asiatic smart city in his property. The municipal corporation near it is trying to use eminent domain to take it for blight. Question mark. Peace and love.
Wow.
I mean, the fact that you're even using a mall, right? It is what it is. But what I'm thinking is this is why, mission preemption, again, even Malika is letting it known that don't wait for something to happen to reach out to a sheriff or anyone. Just do shit now just because. Oh, look, it's a Friday. Let me write a letter to some beings that completely have nothing going on with me.
Exactly, just like that.
And let me ask them, hey, do you know this about your own rules? Do you think this about your own rules and shit like that or whatever, right? And then you got
if you can only you can only have an interest and access to property of the county, would that mean you can't come to my house unless I invite you?
Basically.
Just do it because it's Wednesday. Do it because it's Monday. Do it because it's today. Do it because you're alive. That's how I got it started popping with the TSA and the Department of Homeland Security. Because by the time I got to sending off my tort claim against them, my federal tort claim, it was like, I told you, look, I've been told y'all. Look at how funny that is. Y'all already had knowledge. And you still misidentified me.
And look, Malika, that's exactly what today is about. How these people have this knowledge, but they'll utilize this bullshit term called good faith to force people into servitude that do not have the knowledge to
it's kind of not forced when we're kind of like, I'm after the bag. Do what you will with me. Okay.
Right.
That is some whole shit that's happening.
Yes, I will hold myself out because I want this 5-star passport. Look at all
that is a foreign mindset for most people. So maybe the mindset was forced upon them at one time.
I still don't understand how it makes sense. I ask people questions about what they're actually doing and they cannot answer me as to why they're doing it. If I don't understand why I'm doing things habitually, I'm not gonna do it.
People are doing things habitually, like, oh, this is what we've always done.
Oh yeah. That's the worst. No, it's the whole thing.
That is the worst. That's why my dad used to take me to the library.
To me, it's the same concept as quote unquote cheap food. It's like it's like, okay, when it's time to eat plant-based or something else, it seems much higher because you've been getting so cheap food for so long. So it's like, okay,
it's supposed to be free.
You going plant-based or you going vegan? Ain't that some more money? Yeah, it's more money than a 99-cent hamburger from Burger King. I mean, from McDonald's. Yeah, it might be.
But in some places it's backwards, like the actual food.
Not some places, in reality, it is backwards. Yeah. Those fast foods are far more expensive because by the time you get to $5 on a dollar menu, you're not even full. You get you get high fructose corn syrup in a cup. That's $1.
Oh God.
You get a pre-weighted so-called quarter pound of beef that ends up being half that when they cook off the fat.
It's probably horse
right?
or
So you're gonna have to get 2 of those with the high fructose corn syrup, and that's already $3.
2 horse patties.
2 of those.
2 of them. You're gonna get 2 of them.
2 of those.
You know, and then when you get the fries, right? That's
you take a bite
4,
into it.
4 things. 4 things. I could already have a bag of potatoes. Literally, I could eat a whole bag of organic potatoes for $5, and I definitely can't finish a whole bag even in a day if I'm buying a 3 to 5 pound bag of potatoes. If I eat a pound of potatoes for breakfast, pound of potatoes for lunch, pound of potatoes, I'm still not going to be done with the bag.
Or if you take a bite to the burger and it goes,
yo,
I guess it's better than it going wham.
People, ain't no bullshit. People so set in that mentality though.
You're saying that? Let me stop. I'm serious.
People so set in that mentality though. Where I was going at is like people so set in that mentality that way, and that way it's like the system, quote unquote, the system got to set up like, you know, if you don't do it this way, any other way is gonna be a hassle.
Well,
so you got a lot of people that's like, I don't want to be hassled, I don't want no extra whatever. I just want to come through.
That's good.
And keep going. But
yes, I just want to keep my head down, keep my blinders on.
Yep.
And not rock the boat.
That's what it is. I'm gonna go along and get along. Yeah,
that's okay. But just don't come to me saying I put my shit in a trust, but I got this traffic ticket that I can't figure out how to get rid. No, remain where you're at. If you're
stay right there. Hold
if you're okay with slavery, whether it's because you're okay with being a slave or you're okay with enslaving others, remain.
Hold what you got, as the old folks say. Hold what you got.
Yes, keep it. I am not here to wake the dead. Okay, I'm not even here to bury the dead because they say let the dead bury the dead, right?
Correct.
Wow.
Correct.
I'm here to make people strong.
To be dead to bury the dead.
I want to be who helps people get strong.
Correct.
Because and to get strong, you actually have to want to yourself because no one can lift for you.
Right.
Correct.
Yeah.
Get your ass up and do that workout.
That's right. I can coach you. I'm going to give you the equipment. I'm going to tell you, okay, start off with just walking. Okay. Can we walk?
Right.
Some people got to crawl.
So simple.
Some people got to start crawling.
Steps, baby. Take your first
step.
That's
okay too.
It's long.
Some people got to start crawling.
I wanted to just very briefly, right? I know what I said, and I just remembered that I told you guys I was going to show you all 3 certificates for you to screenshot and then write and/or fax your letter requesting in an intelligent tone the certified certificates, right? So when Moorish Americans utilize AA 222141, because we are non-tax obligated. That's different from being tax exempt. Like Malika reiterates all the time. To be exempt means that you had an obligation to be taxed and to pay taxes. And then you were given the permission not to. You're given special privilege, which is an exemption. It is never, Moorish Americans are not tax exempt. Moorish Americans are tax non-obligated. We were never obligated from the jump. So you go to a fucking Walgreens, a Family Dollar, a Home Depot, for example, and you say, hey, this is a tax exemption for AA 222141. However, if you don't have the card that we have in our pocket, then some people know how to effectuate it without it. But AA 222141 is your means to have the quote unquote plus tax removed, even though the initial 99 is the fucking tax also, or whatever they say it costs. It's all tax because it's already insured and paid off for. It's a part of the Naval Store Act. All righty. So with that being said, here are the 3 certificates. All right. And the third one is the one I was speaking on just now. So let's start from the first one. The first one, Certificate registration number AA 77869, March 23rd, 1948, Anno Domini, corresponding to the Moorish calendar year 1368. Copyright owner, Charles Mosley Bey. That's what CM Bey is. CM Bey's Clock of Destiny, March 25th, 1948, Anno Domini, Moorish calendar 1368. Number 2, certificate registration number AA. And AA is dealing with the highest status. So when you see me sign off on things and it says Zodiac Constitution, Truth A1, you know how people in the streets cheat, be like, yeah, y'all A1 stamped and sealed, son. Oh,
You
really?
know.
Are you? Are you really?
A1, son.
Because to be Truth A1.
I trump you, yo. I got 4 stars.
Yo.
Got all the steak sauce.
All the steak sauce.
All the steak sauce for my horse patty.
No,
you're
son.
Hilarious. To be Truth A1, your status must be AA, right? My status is AA. My brother's status.
We know that stands for African American. Don't try to hide us.
Stop it. It's definitely not AA African American. You know what it might actually be? Golden Dawn. Now a lot of people are like, hold on, Golden Dawn, that's a G and a D. Well, in Latin, Golden Dawn is pronounced aurum aurea. Aurum is gold. That's why the gold designation on a periodic table is AU. AURUM is gold. Aurea is dawn, AUREA. So aurum aurea, which most people, when they look for it, they're like, hold on, are you talking about what's the dude name that was there with Prophet Noble Drew Ali at the same time? He was getting the knowledge though for the Albions.
Are you talking about Aleister Crowley?
Aleister Crowley, exactly. Dealing with AA, which is the Aurum Aurea. Wouldn't even have
Saturn
that
worship.
if it wasn't for us. So this is the Golden Dawn. If that's the only AA I'll recognize, is the Aurum Aurea. And I'm recognizing Aleister Crowley second to Prophet Noble Drew Ali, even though he was getting those lessons at the same time. Again, don't believe shit I say. Go and research it. And when you find it, you're like, what the fuck? Yeah. That's why I said, I'm not moving. Yeah, I'm not moving. All right. Number 2, certificate registration number AA 209316. It's definitely not African American. Aurum Aurea, right? AURUM AUREA, right? Look it up. Look up Aurum Aurea, which deals with the Golden Dawn. 209316. March 31st, 1952, Anno Domini Moorish calendar year, 1372. Masonry, astrology and history, because that's what it is. That's what Masonry is. Astrology and history and geography. Clock of Destiny Book 2, a revised edition of a previously published book, Clock of Destiny 1. Number 3, certificate registration number, which is where we have our general and permanent character, right? For Title 22, United States Code, Chapter 2, subsection 141 through 143. AA 222141, September 8th, 1952. Anno Domini, Moorish calendar year, 1372. Clock of Destiny, Moorish American, Al-Moroccan, nationality card of identification with Zodiac Constitution, which I and my brothers have in our pockets, right? The certificate AA 222141 is the focus of this civic examination, for it is without doubt affirming the relationship proper venue at law between the Moors, the Franks, and the other foreign Christian nations. So for those of you Moorish Americans that were all talking about your consular generals and stuff like that, the last actual consular general, in my opinion, honestly, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, is Dwight D. Eisenhower. And when he relinquished jurisdiction at Morocco, the United States should have been no more in their operations, because the only way that the United States Corporation, those different states and cities and counties, the only way they can actually operate here is via consular venue. If they're not being consul because they are the foreigners here on our land, I want to show you. Look at this last paragraph. The descendants of Moroccans born in the Americas, or born on American land, on the continent, the Moorish Americans, should refer to the Treaty of Peace and Friendship 1787 between Morocco and the United States of America. Remember, the European Christians are foreigners settled in your land. this is your home. Settled in ye land, for this is ye home. So for Moorish Americans talking about their consular generals, well, Brother Taj has said this. Brother Taj is not doing what you think he's doing. Brother Taj will let you make all the mistakes in the world. Again, if you were George of the Jungle and you wanted to swing from a vine, he's going to be like, do you know what that vine is? And do you know what that tree is? And when you go, yeah, I know what it is. And he's like, and you know what the outcome is? Yeah, man, I know what the outcome is, man. Okay. Now, when you go to hurt yourself and you're like, Brother Taj, help me, man, because you know I was swinging from this vine and now I hit this tree. He's not going to help you. And I'm not slighting Brother Taj. I know, because he told me, and he told a lot of you guys, I'm not here to micromanage you. You need to do your own due diligence and study. But man, hold on, but he was there with Shalemu and Light to Jerry, those idiots who aren't sharing this with you. But yet talking about there's some judge writing in all lowercase letters. Y'all better stop this dumb shit. Talking about, yeah, she's the judge from the office of the president near Freedom Way Corporation, Washington State Republic. She don't shut that dumbass up.
Emotional outburst. I gotta use Malika, one of Malika term. Emotional outburst.
I yield.
One of the things, because I deal with people, I talk about this a lot. I deal with people, I deal with individuals or whatever the case is on different levels, because I understand that you got to deal with most of us where we are. You know what I'm saying? It's like I got to deal with them where they are as far as their enlightenment, as far as their comprehension of things. One of the right in your face moments to really put in front of them is when Hillary Clinton, you know the clip I'm talking about, was sitting down at the desk. Right, sitting down at that desk with the Moorish American flag behind her, and what she's saying should say a lot for a lot of us. She's putting it right out there. The Moorish Empire was the first and the only to recognize us. You feel what I'm saying? Ain't nobody want to rock with us. She said it flat out. There's no misconception. There's no beating around the bush. I'm reading between the lines. She said it plainly in layman's terms. The Moorish American Empire was the first to even notice us, to even give us legitimacy. You feel what I'm saying?
Since you mentioning that, bro, I'm gonna put the link for that video in the chat right now so people can go and look at that video, because I put, even though that video that I put together of her and Barack Obama back to back, because I wanted to highlight that exactly what you're saying, bro. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
so I'll put the link to that in the chat for everyone. Right?
Yeah, that's in your face. Yeah, that's in your face. You ain't even gotta get deep in all the studies and all the more science and all of that.
At least not for starters.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You got some people, like I said, you gotta deal with them where they are. Some people, they only gonna understand things as it trickle down from this government and this corporations we've been instituted, indoctrinated into. Some people can't see past the fear of, they said we got to do this. We got to have this. We got to have this to live here. we got to have a birth certificate. Got to have a social security card to be a real person.
I mean, I totally get it, bro. And that's why I'm saying,
man.
Like this book here, you can get from rvbaypublications.com, Chi, and everyone else. It's called Lesson Book 14. Maybe Mother Ra still has it. Make sure you reach out to her. rvbayorders@gmail.com. So you can be like, hey, look, I really want to order this Lesson Book 14 that's dealing with the CMB certificate, right? Yeah. Go ahead, bro, indeed, because we about to yield to Brother R, and I know I got to do the invocation out anyway. So go and do your thing, bro. I'm glad we had this.
That wasn't me.
We've been on for like 3 hours. Is what you say, bro?
Oh, that wasn't me that said it was leaving. That was Malika.
Oh, that was Malika. Oh, okay. I thought it said Aura right after that. To everyone.
But yeah, I was thinking that too.
Reacted to it. Okay, forgive me. Okay, well, thanks, Malika. We appreciate you. And she already knows. She already knows, and we'll see her in class on Tuesday anyway.
She said she's going live in an hour, so on Facebook.
Oh, she said she's going live in an hour. Okay, so we'll listen into that. That's fine. That's great. We'll catch on. See what's up with that. Can you quickly speak on the act of Algeciras briefly? Hey, look, man, look, at the end of the day, when you really just speaking on any of these things, never forget that we're dealing with the history and law. All of it's boiling down to we need to respect. So we just gave you guys the foundation to any act or treaties you could bring up. We gave you guys the foundation. So that's me speaking on that act of Algeciras, just to be plain. Because at the end of the day, every treaty is a capitulation. Now, I don't capitulate. That means to cut the heads off. However, certain treaties have been put in place so we can stop the wars on the planet. Because where we need to be at is a universal oneness, all righty, which is going to happen whether you like it or not, right? So let's be clear. Let's be very, very clear that you guys can screenshot these 3 certificates so that you can be able to do what you got to do and better your studies. Don't just try to be like, oh, well, we're using this as a microwave result. You know what I'm saying? Because these brothers said this on this platform. You know what I'm saying? No, guys, don't do that. You're gonna hurt yourself, right? So don't do that. All right. Make sure you have what it is. Right. Donnell says she has it. This was bomb. What days are the lives? Every Sunday, Monday, Wednesday, and Fridays. Fridays and Sundays is we're doing more we're doing more civics than just the Astro, even though Brother R did suggest that we start out every session now. We should have did it Sunday and today with some astrology. And I will.
I got an idea for Sunday as well, too.
Say that again, bro.
That I got an idea for Sunday. I'll bring it to your attention after this.
Indeed. So every Sunday, Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays, we are live, giving you freely what you want. If you guys wanted to, I usually don't. Tyro Bay says I will run it back. I missed the whole live. It's all good, Tyro Bay. Islam to you and happy holy day. If anyone wanted to, you know what I'm saying? Because I normally don't do this. If you wanted to make any donations, all righty, because you want to be yourself and donate, I will put the Cash App here. Normally we don't. However, I normally, when it comes to these civics classes, I put Brother R in the forefront with the civics because he goes so hard in spearheading with the civics. And normally when you guys come to us for civics, and shout out to those of you that have, even recently, you guys know I am fair with my bros and I split it with my bros, the ones that will accept the split. You see what I'm saying? Sometimes my bros are like, nah, keep that shit, man, to yourself. We're like, okay, cool. You know what I'm saying? However, the Cash App is the caduceus symbol, what you call the $. OurAstrologyStreet. There it is, right there in the chat, guys. If you wanted to make any donation from whatever love gift is in your heart, I will make sure that it gets split accordingly with whatever bros will accept the split. All righty. So with that being said, are there any questions, comments, and/or suggestions for us before we do our invocation out? I'd like to thank Brother Chi Bay. You guys go to check out Rough Ends, check out their Vivo YouTube, right? For those of you that may be like, I don't know who Rough Ends is. No more shopping sprees or someone to love you. You guys know those. You're actually familiar with those. However, there's other songs too, man. Phone Sex is definitely my favorite one because I had to sing it so much when I was younger. It's sad, right? But that's what I had to sing, right? I had to sing that so much. Guys, check out their album Rebirth, right? We actually had it, as far as the iMusic is concerned, the Apple Music. Guys can get Rebirth on Apple Music also and check out what they had there. Brother Chi is a phenomenal writer, and him and David perform excellently the songs that they put together. So you guys check that out. I think Party Over Here. It's like when you go and check the Vivo, that's the first one that plays, is Party Over Here. When it comes to music pertaining to 7HealStar, guys, you guys know also Paragon RICO. It's usually always in the description, right? Check out the music from Paragon RICO. That's from Brother R. Bey. I guess I have to put Brother Corey's in there too now also, because I think I should have been done it. But I know that if you guys get to Paragon RICO, you guys get to all the music that's released by the brothers pertaining to 7HealStar also. Alexander, I'd like to thank you too, Dr. Alexander Dix. What is he a doctor of? Well, he's at the forefront of the quote unquote medical marijuana industry, all righty, near the Maryland State Republic. However, upon being a part of the jurisprudence gym, shout out to Jamie, who had introduced them to a lawful living. You see how things just grow here. So it's people from all different angles dealing with things, right? And I think, if I'm not mistaken, I think Alexander, if you wanted to share, I think what Alexander does, he goes into the importance of what's going on. He's really getting into the law and things of that also. Just to really share what's really good and beneficial when it comes to assisting people that may, for example, say someone's gone through chemotherapy, they don't have an appetite. So something that is not some nanobot technology marijuana, so to speak, he'll be able to suggest the things that are pure and clear and clean for someone who probably had to deal with like chemotherapy to be able to regain some type of appetite portion back. So again, guys, for those of you who's near the Maryland State Republic, shout out to D-Rock, because I know you said D-Rock too, Alexander. So, there's a lot of people near the Maryland State Republic at the forefront of that whole medical marijuana thing. We know it seems like it's passable on the state level, but on the federal level, it's still a problem and all this other stuff. And, guys, learn what you need to learn and enforce Article 24 pertaining to the United Nations Declarations on the Rights of Indigenous People, then you won't have to deal with looking over your shoulder respectfully, right? I don't encourage nonsense. However, I will say I encourage right thinking and moving forward in the right direction. Again, check out Paragon RICO Music, and check out Paragon RICO Music. You will see how it's connected to our brother Corey's music page. Also, you'll be able to check out 84 Core, which is what Exalted Cyclops has a page on YouTube for, as well as SoundCloud. And guys, don't forget to go and check out Rough Ends Vivo on YouTube and check out their album Rebirth, right? As our brother Chi, Bay, and David, do their performances via Rough Ends. Any other questions, comments, and or suggestions? Guys, any questions, comments, and
I was just gonna say happy Holy Venus degree to everybody, peace and love to all the Moor, supreme honors to the prophet. And then I was gonna say, if you happen to travel past like a McDonald's or Burger King, if you listen very closely, you might be able to hear this. Listen.
What, nothing? Because all I heard was nephew and
do y'all hear that?
Well, it sounded like nothing.
Y'all can't hear it? Hold on, let me run it back.
Where's your mic?
Hold on. It's not working.
Is your speaker open?
Tell me, can y'all hear this? Oh.
No, it's not coming through. It's coming in spotty, bro.
Oh, that's wild.
Because it's coming off like squeaks. Like
hold on.
Squeaks, like intermittent squeaks. Seriously. JM says no Cash App near the UK. No Cash App across the pond, yeah? So what I'll say then, JM, I know you asked Western Union and stuff like that. DM 7HealStar on Instagram, and maybe we could work something out. As far as if you, like you said, like this is out of your heart, you want to contribute, I'm pretty sure we could work something out. Or maybe there's something international other than Western Union. We'll actually see. We'll see how that goes. Honestly. But I appreciate you, JM, in speaking on that. Brother Derek Blash Bay says, thank you all. Love and respect, bros. And D. Martin Elliott says, peace be unto thee. Islam Morris, happy holy degree. And Enchanted Nerd it says, and laughing. It smells like poop in the summer when you drive by it. What are you talking about? What? Is he? He's talking about McDonald's, the fucking grease bat. Hey, yo, that does. Yeah, you gotta dump that grease or whatever into them barrels or whatever before the truck comes to
If
pick
you
it up.
if you hear horse noises pass by, just keep going.
Got you. Well, we'll figure something out then, JM. My the number that we have is actually public. 443-376-8764 is how I correspond long distance, right? 443-376-8764. So you can either text me via that or call me via that, or maybe we can choose another, maybe have an email. Maybe we can discuss things through email and speak through Zoom. Pretty sure Zoom is international, right? And we'll figure something out. However, other than that, you guys want to do CashApp, like I said, it's there, our Astrology Street. Those that have Zelle, just let us know ahead of time. Because some people like, I don't have CashApp, I got Zelle. I was like, okay, let us know ahead of time. And then any of the bros among us that have Zelle or PayPal, if you choose PayPal, will make some things happen so that you guys can make your contributions in doing so. And again, I'd like to thank everybody who has joined us. What we're going to do now, we're going to do our invocation out. Let me actually share that now, right? Share the invocation out. Let me go back here to this document. And we're going to pages 48 and 49. However, page 48 here, Prophet Noble Drali again, standing handsomely in his Moorish fez, standing due guard, all right, in his abba, all right? And that's the garments he's wearing, right? And your abba bolero, Brother Todd was saying that. If it's not an abba and it is a bolero, correct me if I'm wrong. We're going to do our invocation out, term the Moorish American prayer. We're going to stand. Excuse me, Buffy, I'm about to back up. Watch out, Buffy. Thank you, good boy. So you guys can extend all 5 appendages on the left hand, just the index in the middle appendage on the right, all right? And we are going to, why is it showing that the camera is off? What is that? That's really wild. Let me turn my camera on. There we go. And let's come back here, right? Okay, cool. So extend all 5 appendages on the left hand, just the index in the middle on the right. And we're going to go on out with the Moorish American prayer, our invocation out. And we're going to face east, standing on the 45, right? Much love to you, Mother Barbara. What channel on Facebook is she going live? That's funny. I don't know if Malika's going live on Facebook. It is Facebook?
That's what she said.
She did say Facebook? Okay, cool. It might be, is it Malika Dolce? D-U-L-C-E?
I don't, it's D-U-L-C-E.
Yeah, D-U-L-C-E, right? M-A-L-I-K-A, D-U-L-C-E. It may be there. However, I know she might do it via Zoom, so we might actually be in the Zoom. JM says they'll email us. Okay, so we're going to stand like our feet, stand with our feet like Prophet Noble Drali's on a 45. 5 on the left extended, 2 on the right extended. All righty. And repeat after me, either aloud or in your heart. Islam.
Islam.
Lord, Father of the universe.
Lord, Father of the universe.
Father of love.
Father of love.
Truth. Peace. Freedom. And justice. Allah is my protector. My guide. And my salvation. By night. And by day. Through his holy prophet. Noble Drew Ali. Amen. Indeed. We'd like to thank you all for joining us. All of you guys. Shout out to Mother Linnea. She had joined us too in the green room. Shout out to you, Mother Linnea. Shout out to who inspired this live today were the mothers from last night again. My beloved mother, Mistress Consort, and who I'm well pleased. Maya B, right, on Lawful Living. Is the Maya B account, and Legally Attractive account also is Mother Samiri, right? So we'd like to thank you all so much for that inspiration. which led us to this today. And guys, you are on Lawful Living. Great. If you're not, then you go to lawfulliving.com, guys, and so that you can have everything that it is that you need to be a part of the experience on Tuesdays and Thursdays. The good thing is that you can't make it live on Tuesdays and Thursdays. The videos are always archived in the Friends in Law group, right? So with that being said, guys, this is where we say namaste to you all. Namaste, namaste, namaste. Islam, 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 y'all.
Ashe, namaste, Islam.
Happy Holy Venus degree.
Happy Holy Venus degree, yeah.
Happy Holy Venus.